Here we are at the beautiful capital of Western Australia, Perth, for the first of our 5-meet series of the Coles Summer Super Series. We are here for the Jandakot Airport Perth Track Classic. My name's Matt Lynch. Welcome, Ben Offer-Rains. And what a beautiful night here it is in the capital of the West.
Yeah, it does look good, doesn't it?
Oh, delicious.
Sky is shining, the winds are out, and they are tail. We have had some reports from the stadium that the tail winds, which is good to see. We've had some local events already run this evening, so we've been able to get some wind readings from that. So I'm looking forward to the hundreds later on, because after seeing Jack Hale go 10-1-4 in Canberra with a 0.5 tail, what can he do here with probably a more significant tail?
Well, he's done some amazing stuff in Perth over the years. He's basically run nothing slower than 10-3 there. And he's had an experience since he's 18. Every time he turns up, he's running 10-1s. There might be wind assisted, but it doesn't really matter. No. If he can't get the qualifier, they can run. And the long jump we're going to see tonight as well. Darcy Roper went 8.32 last year. The Australian record there for the women's is done here on this track.
Yep.
One of the furthest jumps in history of Fabrice Lapierre in 2010 was done in that exact same spot, all running that way.
8.78
with the doctor.
Huge, yeah. Everyone loves the doctor when they come to Perth, and we're going to see them twice, two out there in the 100 metres. So they've got heats early on, and then we'll see them back out there for the final. So there could be some pretty impressive times, and if we're talking impressive times at this competition, we have a little bit of a debate whether it's the same comp. Yes, it's in Perth, but back in 2003, when Patrick Johnson came out for then may have been an Optus Grand Prix or Telstra Grand Prix at that time, and went 9.90 in the heat and then 9.88 in the final.
It was still a Perth Track Classic, but our debate was, is that the meet record for this? I'm saying yes, because it is a Perth Track Classic. It's a classic in Perth. And that's where I'm going with it. It was a different track. It was at Perry Lakes, but hey, that could go. Mate, I'd be up and about. You'd have to get the defib out to get me back up here to do the rest of the night.
Yeah, I'd probably join you on that. So we'd probably have to get production team to come out here and help us out. But I was actually in the stands for that 9.88, sorry, and it was just something to behold. Yeah. You sort of you're in shock, and you weren't really sure what just happened. And it's the first time we'd ever seen anyone run sub 10 in person, and it was there in Perth. You know, it sort of seemed unbelievable. And it's Patrick Johnson out there doing it, and obviously that year went on to break the Australian record to run 9.93 in Japan.
They say if your legs can do it windy, you can end up doing it legal, and he did that.
Yeah, so honestly, it would be fantastic to see some results like that here this evening.
Oh,
boy,
special.
Yeah,
I look forward to it. Now, it has been a fairly tough week for athletics, not just in Australia, but worldwide. We did lose Maury Plant here. He was it might not be so well known, but he basically had a part in the development of nearly every top line Australian athlete, and not just Australian athlete, worldwide. And it's a shattering loss to athletics in Australia and the world in general. And I was lucky enough to pay my respects at his funeral, and the people that were there, you can just see the impact that he's had. Catherine Freeman's out there, Steve Hooker, basically every gold medalist Australia's had on the track and the field, Maury's been a part of.
Yeah, he certainly has. And as you said, that hasn't just extended to Australian athletes, that's worldwide. Yeah. And I was lucky enough to have him as my athlete manager in the early stages of my running life, and we went on many great trips. We were at meets around Europe, and when you walk into a dining room and you're sitting there and he's at the table, and this quality of athlete that just walks in and pays their respect to Maury. Maury has this conversation like they've known each other for years, and it just one after another. Every single person knew who Maury was. Yeah. And in our office at Athletics New South Wales, we referred to him as the top dog of world athletics, and he certainly was. Yeah. He was athletics. Yeah. He was a part of it, and that's why it's such a sad loss for so many people and the athletics community as a whole, because he was ingrained within it. You know, it's one of those people that we've lost a part of athletics by the passing of Maury. It's
definitely going to be a big impact for just us in Australia and worldwide. So it's sad, and we feel for the family out there as well. Another person he had an impact on was Tamsin Lewis, and Tamsin, she's out there now trackside. Tamsin, thank you for joining us. What's it like over there in Perth?
Well, it is a little bit windy at the moment, but the good news is the wind is behind me, which means maybe we will see some really fast 100-metre races later on this evening, because we do have a great field assembled in that men's lineup. And I'm excited because we just saw Jack Hale walk past here, and he's gone out to do his final warm-ups for that heat on the back straight. And he looks really calm, cool, collected. I feel like Jack has really grown in stature in these last couple of years. He obviously broke his personal best. It took him 2.5 years to do it last year, and he's already broken it this season. So I think he could go pretty fast tonight, but you can never discount Rowan Browning, who is so good at opening his season very, very fast. He did it last year, so how fast can he open this year? But the conditions are pretty good. It's quite hot trackside, so which is always good for sprinters. You would want the wind to die down a little bit by the end of the night for the end race, the 1500 for the men. But I mean, honestly, it's Perth. You often see fast times off this track, and I'm also really looking forward to the men's long jump. Great field assembled for that.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. That long jump, 8:32, Darcy did last year. I think it was like a 2.1, which is so close. And in Canberra, he went 8 metres 20, just 2 centimetres off the qualifier. And that shows just how hard the Tokyo qualifiers are. Obviously now with the harder qualifiers aiming for, if they want a field of 32, they're looking for a qualifier that would be top 16, and then the other 16 using a points base.
Yep.
8:20 was further than what Mitch Watt jumped when he got silver in London.
Yeah, I know. And that's the thing, is that the standard of so many events across athletics now have just risen so significantly in the last number of years, and you're seeing these qualifiers being harder than previous medal winners at Olympic Games.
So Jack Hale's 10:14 in Canberra would have qualified him for every single Olympics in history except this one. That's and he's got to still shave off 0.09.
Yeah. And now we've got athletes having to run 10:05 in that 100 in order to try and gain that qualifier.
You've got to become the third. We've only ever had 2 people run faster.
Yeah.
In the history of
PJ, as we spoke about before, and Shervo.
And Shervo only did it once, and PJ did it those other times when he ran 9.9s.
Yeah.
Tough.
Very tough. As we see, a bit of a...
That's our timetable for the Jandakot Airport Track Classic. So that is the local time. So if you're in New South Wales, Victoria or Tasmania, just add 3 hours to that. If you're in Queensland, add 2 hours to that. If you're in South Australia, Ben, you've got this one?
2.5.
2.5, that's right.
So,
because
they have daylight savings and they're in front of Brisbane.
Yeah, and they switch with us in Queensland when they don't have it.
It's weird.
Love it. But this is the women's pole vault out here at the moment, the first of our field events for the live stream. And Elizaveta Parnova taking off here, the first to go. We'll see what height we're up to. Well, he's still warming up, so that's fine. Makes sense, because it said 5 metres.
And she was off an ace stride run up there, so interesting to see whether she'll continue the 8 strides for the rest of the competition or whether she'll pull that run up back a little bit. So obviously still early stages within the season.
Oh yeah.
For a lot of these athletes who haven't come out and competed too often. Obviously being 1st of Feb and Nationals late March, so there's still a little building to go, and a lot of those athletes who obviously regulars on the scene in Europe tend to have a little bit of a shorter Australian season. They come out for the last little period of it, the last few track classics just leading into Nationals, because they obviously know that they then need to go back into some training before they build up to their European campaign. And obviously Liz is one of those ones. She's a regular on the European scene.
Well, she did have the best year of her career last year, 4 metres 60 at the Oceania Champs up in Townsville, and got herself over for Doha for that one. But the Olympic qualifier 4 metres 70 over here, so we need some big jumps. Obviously, a lot of these athletes are capable, but it's good to see Nina Kennedy back out there in this competition. She came off a really short run-up last year at the Perth Track Classic. And I think it was a PB off that short run-up. As you can see, our athletes out there, 9 in this event. That's our discus over the back straight there. Our javelin, sorry. And there's our field as they get called through. So the best thing about pole vault in WA is there's about 50 different run-up setups, but it looks like they're down the home straight, so it's perfect for the crowd and the athletes. A nice, strong, solid tailwind straight down the track. So 9 athletes in this field. So we've got Nicola Tolkien from WA, Lauren Hyde-Cooling, also WA, Nina Kennedy, WA, Courtney Smallacombe, South Australia, Ellie Parsons, Western Australia, Madeline Lawson, South Australia, Elisabetta Parnova, Western Australia, Lisa Campbell, Queensland, and Olivia McTaggart, New Zealand. So they're your starters in this women's pole vault. The World Junior Qualifier 4:07 and the Olympic Qualifier 4 meters 70. So that's your field. They'll be looking for at least some new PBs to kick off their seasons, if they can. 4.70 m, it's a big jump. And our earlier program before we got to our classic, this was the local women's 100-metre hurdles. So on the inside it was Isabella Daines in 2, Isabella Reeves in 3, Brianna Bean in 4, and Leah Richards in lane 5. Being the Oceania champion, she made the semi-finals over in Doha at the World Champs, so her first race over the hurdle since then. Good start there by Isabella Daines, out in lane 2, but being she's the fastest of the field, comes in with a 13.02 PB, and she's flying away from the field. Daines doing well out in lane 2, little tickle of the hurdle at the end there, 13.23 for being. So not a bad run over the hurdles for the first time this season.
So it's one of those things with the hurdles, the strong winds. So it was a 3.8 wind, we've been told, which makes hurdling difficult because obviously it will blow you forward.
Yeah,
the next hurdle early, and hurdlers absolutely hate that. It's one of those things where it's an odd event. It's an event where sometimes you can be too fast through the hurdle, because if you can't get your steps in between the spaces, then you're short and having to chop into the next hurdle. Obviously that's going to affect you and your stride, and that can sometimes definitely happen when there are significant winds like this.
It's going to be a big factor in the high hurdles for the men at the end of the night. The wind won't stick around. If it's classic Perth, it'll die down. It might get a little bit cool, but it shouldn't be that strong at the end of the night.
So this is Nicola Tolkien from Western Australia. So for her first attempt at 3 metres 47, she goes clear.
Just getting stuck on that.
Just getting the bar.
Yeah, so 347, 367, 387, 407. So it's gone up by 20s to 407. And then 15s, so 22 and then 437. Then up by 10s, 47, 57, and then 5s, 4s to 4 metres 70. So making sure they hit the World Junior qualifying mark and then the Olympic qualifying mark. And hopefully a couple of PBs along the way. Looks like Ellie Parsons. Oh, good clearance there. 347. Was happy with that one. Good to get the first one out of the way. Tolkien battle on the runway. Second attempt at 347. No good there. It's been a runway trouble. She'll have one more attempt at 47. So she's come in with a seed jump of 3 metres 60. A lot of these seed jumps aren't PBs, so we'll see just how close they get to them. But one more attempt for Tolkien. Here we go. So here we are for our first race on the track, our 100 metres. I'm going to see our Doha rep. In lane, looks like in the centre there, Rowan Browning. Oh, Will Roberts getting a brilliant start on the outside, but here comes Browning. He's up into his running. He is looking good for his first 100 metres of the year. He's tearing down the track. 10:19.
Good running.
If he can get out of the blocks. Yeah. Will Roberts, Will Roberts is not known for his starts.
No.
He's got a great top speed.
And he blew him away.
He blew everyone away.
He blew him away. So that's positive signs there from Browning. To be able to come home strong like that, his midsection of his race was very good, and we've got a 1.5 win, so it's a legal 10-1-9.
No, I think we've gone down to 16.
We've gone down 10-1-6, so we're getting reports that it's 10-1-6 legal. So that's a great start to the season from Rowan Browning.
Do you know what? That is his second fastest run ever, under all conditions. Oh, it's already beginning.
Oh. Now I'm looking forward to Jack.
Yeah. Is the meet record? Sorry,
Oh,
I know you don't think it's the meet record, but what I think is the meet record is that under threat. 987. Yes, 987.
987. All right, let's not get carried away.
No, look, carry me away.
All right, we're just going to go down trackside. Looks like Tamsin's down there with Rowan Browning.
Must be ready to go.
Yeah, look, not quite as quick as my opener last year. In terms of, I think you're somewhat of a good luck charm for me the past couple of years. But we've got a final coming up. It was a heat. I felt like I missed the start by a long way, so only Matt Lynch and Benny Offerins will know for sure up in the box, but hopefully they can put it all together for the final.
Well, they did mention that you may have missed the start a little bit, but that's exciting. That means you could probably go a bit faster in the final. What time could we start talking about? I know Jack likes to talk it up a little bit with the banter, so you're going to have to go pretty fast because you know he's in PB shape.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. You know, the guys are coming here in good form. Jack Hale ran great last week. And a few of the other guys have been running really well, so it's not going to be an easy task in the final. The qualifier's 10:05. It's the stiffest Olympic qualifier ever, but there'll be a few of us after it tonight, hopefully.
Well, you've got a lot of crowd support here, so good luck. Go rest up. We're looking forward to watching that final.
Oh, love it.
Yep.
Whew. What a way to start.
Oh, I love starting like that. I really, really do. It gets us sort of going, gets us in the mood, ready for what is going to be a fantastic evening. And
It's like just when you get like, you order your main meal, but then the appetizer comes out, and it might be like, it's a pretty standard, get a cheesy garlic bread or something. And it's like, oh, now this is an appetizer. And I'm ready for the main meal, if that's what it's going to be like.
so, based off our start list, we should see Jack Hale in the second of the heats, along with Doran. So Doran had a good first run back from injury. So he did have a serious injury through the winter period.
Yeah.
When he was out at
Oceania, that's where he did it. He was second behind Eddie Nikisha at Oceania Champs and hurt himself in the 200 metres, so we just didn't see him again.
Yeah, it was actually a fairly significant one, and it was going to be interesting to see how he was going to be coming out for his first race in Canberra, and he looked good.
Oh, he did.
He looked good. If that's your first race after a serious injury,
Yeah.
he's
And not
gonna be on for
only
a good
that,
season
he
too.
ran rounds. And that's the hard thing to do. So, looks like we got Hale, Doran, Jin Soo-jung, and Aaron Breslin. So this has probably at times been an Australian 4x1, those 4 lanes there.
Yep, with Jin being that former Australian relay representative. So these guys would have seen what Rowan Browning just did in the previous 100 metres, going 10.16, and they would have seen the legal win too. Good start there by a majority of the field. Doran out really, really well. Hale's got some work to do. He starts to move through, goes past Doran into the lead, and he's going to take the win here. 10-1-5.
If we get a roll down like we did before, woo, I'm hearing legal.
So Doran had the start. He was there probably for the first 30 or 40 over Hale. 10.12, so we'll have to wait for the wind, but that is
PB on
new personal
PBs. Yes. I'm hearing Jake Doran 10.24 as well. There it is. 10.24 for Doran. That is moving. That's a PB. Oh, it's not a PB actually. He's got his 10.15 from Finland.
From Finland, yeah.
Yep. It's his non-finished PB.
Yeah.
Jin 10.40.
That's a good comeback run too. He's
Yeah.
had some big injuries too. He's had some Achilles.
But what did that 60 metres from Doran was great. But Tamsin, you've got the winner and a new PB. Jack Hale.
Well, Jack Hale, you are a PB machine at the moment. Another personal best, and it was just the heat. You were obviously saving a little bit for the final still.
I don't know, I had a crack, so it's going to be interesting come that final. Browning went 10.14, so it's going to be 10 whatever he ran. It's going to be interesting, yeah.
Well, as an athletics fan, I love the banter that you two have on social media. And so now we get to watch what's going to transpire in a couple of hours' time when you line up. But, you know, it's important early in the season to get that one up on him, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. I haven't beat him for a while now, so it's going to be an interesting final tonight. Going for the win, obviously.
Well, you've got time up, so go rest up and good luck for that final, Jack.
Yeah, wow. He had to work for that.
He did. He did. And Doran was always going to push him all the way through. And that's another big step from Doran to go 10-2-4. Again, pretty much second race in after that injury at Oceania's. As we're quickly back to the pole vault.
Oh, that's a... Oh, no!
Oh,
Ellie Parsons, she comes in with a 360, and that's 367.
Thought she was over. But unfortunately, I don't know. Tell you what, I don't know what knocked that off, because I thought she was clear.
My depth, that's my depth perception is just out, but I swear she pushed the pole and was so clear over that bar. I don't know what's going on.
For the third and final heat in the men's 100 metres. Due to being good, ladies and gentlemen. If you athletes to watch here in lane 5, the 5-time 100 metre champion of New Zealand.
So our final race here for the 100 metres. Now this is where it gets exciting. Joseph Miller, Josh Clark, and Edward Asai Nikisha. Wow. What are you doing? You got Eddie, who literally just runs. I feel like he just runs as fast as the person who's next to him.
Yeah.
So they go, we're going to run 10.5. And he's like, oh, okay, I'll run 10.5. We're going to all run 10.2s. Yeah, I'll run 10.2 as well.
Yeah.
He just does it.
Just doesn't have to win.
Josh Clark hasn't run in it feels like forever.
Well, he ran down in Canberra not long ago, but he pulled up a little lame from that one. It didn't look bad,
but he was the last. He qualified for Rio, so we know he can run fast.
And
Joey Miller's
1.5.
Yeah, Joseph Miller's the second fastest Kiwi over the 100 metres.
Second to Eddie's dad.
Oh, they are off and racing. Josh Clark, he's out of the blocks. Here comes Eddie on the outside. It's Clark and Osai Nikisha. Clark just on the side. Eddie Nikita's holding on. Ooh, I'm going to give that one to Eddie on the outside, but that is a tight tussle. I actually thought they were going to run into each other. They were all over the joint.
They got pretty close there towards the latter stages of that one. So 10-2-4, another good run. So we've got a
30 for Clark.
10-1-2. 10-1-4, 10-2-4.
Who was
10-2-4?
10-16.
10-1-6, sorry, for Browning. 10-2, two 10-2-4s.
And 30.
A 30 as well.
And Jim was 40. Oh.
It's going to be a good final, isn't it?
Oh, to be honest, for me, as just a track fan, the fact that Josh Clark finished that race, he didn't limp. There was no... he's there. He actually turned up. Oh. Unbelievable. Now we've got Tamsin with the youngster. We'll throw this out there. Eddie just qualified for World Juniors in that race. Tamsin.
With Eddie in the final heat of the 100 metres. Now, you've had an indifferent start to the season, but that looked a lot better.
Oh man, a couple of weeks ago, maybe a bit shaky, but so I'm back into the game, and I'm pleased about my run, and hopefully in the finals I get a little faster.
I love hearing 100-metre runners how puffed they are. They put in so much effort down that track. It was a fantastic season, especially for a teenager, ladies and gentlemen. At the World Champs, you just missed that semi-final by one spot. You're a great athlete. Do you think you can improve in that final?
Oh man, with a lot of things to do and a lot of things to improve, I believe so. And my team also believes so.
Well, good luck for that final, Eddie, and it's great to have you across here in Perth.
Thanks so much. You too.
Saying Eddie runs just as fast as he needs to run to win, right? So last weekend at the Potts Classic in New Zealand, he lost. He ran 10:41. He got second.
Wow.
But I'd say the winner, you know, I think it was Hamish Gill who beat him in that race. Hamish Gill last week. Let's see if I can find his... He doesn't exist on the IAAF. As we see Lauren Hyde calling a big... No! Is this wind that strong that it's pushing...
Well, there were legal tailwinds on the on the 100.
They were.
So the wind can't be too strong, but a couple of these pole vaulters having trouble with the pole at the moment, just trying to keep it off the bar. It's one of those things where when you're jumping at the heights where they're not as high as what the pole you're using is, you've got to be very careful just when you're coming off the pole, making sure that you push it back enough that it's not going to continue forward and knock the bar off. Because if you think of the men, when they're charging it at 6 metres, they haven't got a 6 metre plus pole they're using to do it.
Not at all, no.
So it's not really an issue for those athletes at those heights.
So I found the result. Hamish Gill, so I say that he runs just as fast as the people. He ran 10:41 last week. Hamish Gill ran 10:40. That was the race. We get to here. What has he got to run? He's got to run 10:2. So I'll run 10:2 now. Watch what happens in the final. When everyone's running 10:1s, you're like, oh, are we running 10:1s today, guys? Oh, okay, I'll do that then. He'll do it. It's just the way it works. That's a massive clearance there.
Huge.
So that's our South Australian athlete, 387. So next up will be 407, World Under-20 height. But I think only one of the athletes is eligible for World Under-20s was Nicola Tolkien. Oh, and Ellie Parsons as well. So a little bit younger than they would need to be. So this is Parsons here. But talking of World Under-20s, Eddie's eligible for World Under-20s.
Scary, isn't it?
Yeah, really scary. He's going to go to the World Under-20s, provided he stays healthy, after running a World Champs next to Gatlin.
Yeah. And that's the thing, not many athletes his age have had anywhere near that level of experience.
No.
And the thing with Eddie is that he's been progressing every single year.
Yeah.
He hasn't had a year yet where he's plateaued or regressed or anything like that. It's been continuous improvement.
Oh, yeah.
Back when he was running with ACT in his junior days, he was fresh on the scene. Saw him broke 11 seconds for the first time. And then just every year, just taking chunks and chunks off his 100-metre PB time to where he's got it today. It certainly is impressive, and I'm certainly looking forward to seeing the final later on this evening, where we'll see Browning up against Hale, Doran, Clark, and Osai Nikita.
Oh, what a thrilling start to the night. Now we're just letting those appetisers digest.
Yep.
As we get through to the program. So this is Lawson now, Madeline Lawson. Plenty of speed on the runway. Just not liking that plant there. So here comes Panova. First attempt. Looks like a short run up, like we saw in the warm-ups.
So she will still be sitting on that 8-step run up. Can she go clear?
Oh, massive. Oh, she's obviously a bit worried about.
Little bow to the crowd as she makes sure that pole is well clear of the bar. And there's a coach there. Paul Burgess, a 6-metre jumper in his own right is one of Australia's best ever pole vaulters. One of those athletes that really sort of kicked off pole vaulting in Australia when there was Dmitry Markov, Viktor Chistyakov, Paul Burgess, all jumping big heights and just sort of pushed and drove each other. And then Hooker came on the scene.
Yeah. And here's Lisa Campbell. 2018 Comp Games rep. Also coming in off a short run up. Getting a big kick over the bar there.
White flag, national champion, Campbell Cleaver. 3 minutes, 87.
It looks like Campbell's spent a bit of time in the West. Why not? If you're a pole vaulter with a track classic on the way, why wouldn't you come over a little bit beforehand, train in the... They do call it the Western Australian Institute of Sport, but it should just be called the Western Australian Pole Vault Institute. The way the setup is over there.
What Wace has done in their new facility is impressive. That indoor area was almost dedicated to pole vault. It's got a fully automated decline runway in it, so the floor lifts up. There's all sensor pads underneath to be able to do...
Got biomech everywhere,
biomechs on it.
Big clearance there for hide cooling.
White flag, the West Australian champion.
So Lisa Campbell trains with Ray Boyd, 1982 Comp Games gold medalist in the pole vault. Lana Boyd's father. Up on the Sunshine Coast.
So this pole vault competition, obviously it's got a few people with a keen eye on it. You can see in the background, just next to Paul Burgess was Craig Hilliard, Australia's head coach.
So here goes Parsons again. Looking for a big PB if she can get over 87. Oh, probably just a bit close to the uprights there.
It really is a technical event, pole vault, because obviously you have to also not just get your run up right like you do in long, triple, high, or anything like that. You've also got to get the uprights correct as well. So you can shift your stands back and forth depending on how your run up is, what pole you're on, all that sort of stuff. And if you don't get that right, you're going to
you could
straight into it.
You could hit your peak too early or too late of your vault, and that's a science.
It is, because then you're thinking about the pole. What size pole am I going to use? What flex pole am I going to use? So obviously with the flex, there's different levels of flexion, so you can have a stiff pole or a soft pole which will bend a lot more.
Yeah. Here's Lawson. Massive clearance there. So she ran through in her first attempt at 87, but clear there. So Parsons now, her last attempt at 87. According to our seed jumps, she's already improved her PB by 7 centimetres. She's wearing the UWA colours.
Certainly is.
I think they're about 75% of all of Athletics WA.
I would say 75%, but they definitely are
60.
one of the major clubs.
They are one of the major clubs.
In Western Australia. It is a club that gets stronger and stronger every year.
Yeah.
So back in the early 2000s, it wasn't as strong as what it is now. Had a real good resurgence.
Oh, it's a good last attempt. So 4:07 next up. That's the World Junior. They might skip a few heights, unless these girls are going off a shorter run-up. But there's no one left in the event who's World Junior eligible.
So hide cooling there on your screens. Just getting yourself set for another attempt. Just getting a feel for the flex of the pole.
So hard calling's come in. She's put herself down as a 4-metre season's best, but PB's definitely higher than that. So a lot of these athletes just gentle, just very gentle with their introduction to the season, I'd say. Now, the exciting thing is that I haven't seen Nina Kennedy come in yet, which probably means that she's not coming off a short run-up.
Well, not too short anyway. Obviously, it would have to be reasonable.
Well, we saw her, she was going like 390s, and that's well gone now.
As you can see in the background there, just a guy sitting on the chair, little fluoro vest. So that's one of the biomecs from the West Australian Institute of Sport. Just getting...
Has he got the laser?
He's got the laser out there and also the video camera. So they'll take video footage of all the high-performance athlete jumps.
Yep.
They'll get their speed down the runway.
That's
it's
the
all
laser. Yep.
Critical data that these athletes and coaches can then use to obviously help them with their training sessions to improve and get better and have an understanding of exactly what they're doing in competition, so they can go back and work on those, you know, things that may be considered faults within their comp prep. See if they can refine them for the next one. Data is one of those things that is so critical.
Oh, especially
in a sport like this.
Yeah.
To how to have an understanding of where you're at. Even it's not just with technical events like this, even the running events.
Yeah.
So they do a lot of biomech for even the sprinters. So they would do it for the 400 runners, and you would get your 50-meter splits. So you knew how fast you were going through each 50-meter segment. You would get stride length, stride frequency,
top
velocity.
Speed. Yeah. Where you slow down,
you got it all. And for a coach anyway, it's data that's critical to be able to look at it and go, okay, what are the parts of this race that we actually need to work on? Or what part of this jump do we need to work on to be able to get ourselves to the next level? And I guess it's something that's fairly new in the grand scheme of things, and that sort of data wasn't possible back in the day, so people had to go off field. Now they obviously have that statistical data to be able to rely on. As we see, high cooling go clear again with no troubles at all.
So this is one of our wheelchair 100 metres. We have Aruka Katora, Keiko Kanishi. That's Keiko Kanishi right in the centre from Japan. Robin Lambert on the outside. But it's going to be the Japanese T53 athlete, Keiko Kanishi, and Lambert, and on the inside, Kitaura. So we have a lot of Japanese para-athletes here competing, and you may see a lot of them further throughout the season as we head towards the Tokyo Paralympics and the Olympics. Obviously, these athletes wanting to, qualify for their home games. I don't know if it still works with the way it does, but they're allowed at least one athlete per event.
Is it per event?
I think it is per event, at least one.
I know they get access to relay teams. That's a definite.
Yep.
They get an entry into all the relays. We would have to double check on that.
Yeah, I'll just call. Who's the head of the AOC? Oh, not the IOC.
Is it Buck? I don't know. I'd have to have a think about that. I know Coates is the vice.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know that.
Here goes Lawson again.
Isn't it Dick Pound?
Thomas Buck.
Thomas Buck. So I got it right the first time.
He said Buck.
It's close.
It's Buck. Buck. Thomas Buck.
Should have known that.
Yeah, come on, mate.
The previous best 4 minutes, 1 centimetre, surpassed by 6 centimetres on that first attempt legs.
So, jump there by Lawson, as we see Elizaveta. Parnova, as Matt likes to refer to as. Obviously, most people would know her as Parnov.
I do like to refer to her as her name. You are correct.
So what has she got here at this height? Still off that 8-step run up. 4:07, straight over.
Beautiful. There's still plenty more in that, for sure. And you can just imagine what that would be with a lot more speed. So 4:22 next.
As we see, Lisa Campbell back on the runway. So she's competed at the Continental Cup. So she's had international experience. And here she is at the WA Athletics Stadium amongst a good field for her attempt at 4:07. Does the toe tap, the rock back. Unfortunately, just knocks it with the legs on the way over, so it will be a fouled attempt there by Lisa Campbell. So as all pole vaulters do, and most field eventers, chuff off to the fence just to have a bit of a chat.
Oh,
with the coach.
It's standard. Others, like, even if they're doing something good, they've done everything perfect. How was it?
Shame you can't do that mid-race. Just going to hold it up.
Yeah, look, I'm only just going to run the first 2. Chat to coach. What do you reckon I should do for the last 200? I would love that.
Imagine if you could pause at any point and resume.
We'll put it to him. I'll call to Seb. It looks like McTaggart might be going off a shorter run-up as well. I'd be interested to see if any long jumpers ever decide. Nah, it's definitely a full run up, that one. There's a big jump. You can imagine if a long jumper just decided, nah, I'm just going to go off 6 steps today.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, it happens in high jump, so a lot of high jumpers do go off it.
It looks like we've got, well, after McTaggart's clear there, Sally Pearson has caught up with Tamsin down on the track.
Well, she's pretty hard to catch up with still, even though you have retired from track and field, and it's weird seeing you on this side of the fence. Do you enjoy this side of the fence, Sal?
Yeah, I actually do. I've loved coaching ever since I started coaching myself in 2016. So I'm here as a coach today. It's a bit strange, my first sort of Australian season now, not as an athlete, as a coach, but I think it's something special that I can still be a part of the sport in my own way, and I guess impart wisdom to... Definitely. You know how competitive I was, and when I was out on the competition track, that was when I was at my most peaceful and my most happy. So yeah, I'm definitely going to miss it, and it's still hard. I'm still dealing with it at the same time, but it is what it is. It was the right decision that I had to make. My body couldn't guarantee me another year of training with injury-free into Tokyo, so I was like, well, you know, this is it.
Well, you might struggle to compete over hurdles at the moment because you're just a little bit pregnant, aren't you?
Only a little bit as well. It's only a little bit. It's not even that much.
Well, huge congratulations, because that's just brilliant, brilliant. And good luck to Jacob. You're obviously coaching Jacob in the 110 hurdles later tonight.
Yes, I am. And first, I guess, big competition as athlete and coach, so it's pretty exciting.
Thanks, Sal.
Thanks.
Well, first of all, congratulations to Sally.
Yes.
On the pregnancy and the news. Her and Kieran, I'm sure, are stoked about that. So if anyone who's just found out for the first time,
there it is, the news.
There it is, there's the news. Breaking it here on the stream.
It was previously broken, but yep, sure.
So Lisa Campbell back on the runway for her second attempt at 4 metres and 7. No, it doesn't like the run up.
Oh, just gave it a little bit of a tap.
So that will be another failed attempt, unfortunately.
It just didn't look like
Lisa Campbell.
She didn't attack it. I think with those short run-ups, you really need to throw everything down if you're going to push through.
So smaller comb from South Australia. So that seed of 4 metres. So this attempt is over that at the 4:07. What has she got here on this attempt? Good speed on the runway. Rocks back. Oh, unfortunately, just knocking it off.
Like we said with the uprights.
Because she looked like she had the height there.
Yeah.
But not to be for smaller comb. As the coach comes down to have a bit of a chat. The iPad is another
it's a
big thing of the coaching world these days. Being able to film it and go down and actually show your athlete the footage of it.
I've even seen iPad grips. So they've used a cover that's had actual little handles on the side.
Wow.
So they don't have to hold the iPad and fear of, the old put your fingers in front of the camera. They're double fisting it on the outside. So it's great for the coaches to use. And we can see part of our WA local 100 metres. I know we've had a few of these local events, but this one is going to feature none other than Riley Day and Nana Owusu in lanes 4 and 5. I hope in lanes 4 and 5.
We'll soon find out. But yeah, they're here to run the 200 later this evening. But they're like, well,
which is part of the official program.
There's 100 on. We've just seen the guys go quick.
Let's roll out.
The conditions are good. Why not run?
Yeah, exactly. And I love that. Why not run? You've flown to the other side of the country. Let's have another run.
But the big thing from this, though, is that as we see these athletes being introduced to the stadium, as there's Riley Day. So she had a good run down in Canberra. So did Nana. But
You know,
these athletes here, though, is that they wouldn't get another chance ordinarily to be able to race the quality of the athlete they're about to race right now.
Do you know who I wish was in this race? Taylor Cruttenden.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now, obviously she's got, you know, bigger fish to fry later on. She doesn't need to run. But I think she's going to feature in the 200 metres later. Would love to have seen her in this 100.
So, Nana and Riley, good friends off the track, who can take bragging rights from this 100. So, fairly even start between the two of them. Nana, maybe just the edge over Riley. Watch for Riley to come home late, but Nana still holding. It's going to be close on the line. It looks like it's going to be Riley just 11.47, which could come down. They've been rounded, the rest of them, and typically that would probably come down to around a 45 based on the average rounding of the men's races. So we'll try and get some confirmation for you on what those times are. But good solid running. Nana probably the better of the start. She was probably leading 50 into the race, and then Riley just started to get the edge over Nana towards the end of the 100 metres and takes the win only just. So that's going to be a good run by Nana as well.
Yeah.
Good quality time. It really sort of sets the scene for later this evening, where we'll see them both again run over 200 metres. And it looks like, as you can see on the screen there, Tamsin is down trackside with both Riley Day and Nana Owusu-Afriyie.
I am trackside with Riley, who I had to pull you away from, Nana. You're great mates off the track, but that was a fantastic battle. Tell us about it. It's nice having you back, first and foremost, or back from injury.
Yeah, it was really good. It was good to have a hit out with Nana, and I always know I'm going to have a good race with her, so good job to her. Yeah, it was a good race. Unfortunate about the win, but what can you do?
Well, it's actually feeling like it's quite swirly, and Nana did mention, was it a tail or a headwind? Did it feel like it was a bit swirly out there?
I wasn't really concentrating, to be honest. I just was concentrating on beating her, but yeah, no, I don't really know, but it was a good race. Felt okay.
And I read on your social media that you said a couple of weeks ago that you'd had 5 weeks injury-free. Who am I? Are you still injury-free?
I am. It's gone up to 8 weeks now, so it's been a long time coming. So training's been good, so I'm very grateful for that.
Well, and you're here mainly for the 200 this evening?
Yeah, the 100 was a bonus, so it'll be good later tonight. Hopefully the wind dies down, so we can only hope. So hopefully that's illegal.
Well, it's great having an injury-free Riley Day back here. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the women's 100, Riley Day. Well done.
Yeah, an unfortunate 2.5 for that one, but 45 for Riley Day, 48 for Owusu. You see McTaggart there on the runway. So the wind actually picking up, which is, you know, it's very surprising for the way that this is going. But
it's hard though, because obviously that's only such a small snapshot, and it could have just been at that moment in time.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of a gust. For those wanting to know how it works, once the gun goes, the person on the, or if it's a manual wind gauge, the person on the wind gauge will press a little button as soon as the gun goes. If it's an automatic one, obviously the gun will actually set off the wind gauge as well. As we see, McTaggart unfortunately failing there on that attempt. But once the gun goes, the wind gauge starts, and it runs for 10 seconds. And it takes an average of the wind for 10 seconds. And it's tough because sometimes you could get this little gust, and it could be a little spike in the wind, but that obviously affects an average.
yeah, it gets averaged out.
And there's other days when you have a crosswind and you think the wind's quite strong, and then it'll come up on the wind gauge and it might be a 0.2, and you're like, well, how'd that happen? It's because the wind's coming across the gauge, so it doesn't actually pick up much of a reading. It's sort of, the wind has to be fairly direct on with the wind gauge in order to pick up those strong winds.
So this will be what we see later on this evening. The men's 100-metre final. Look at that field.
Yeah.
That's usually, that would be good if we saw that, you know, at the end of season rankings.
Well, this is pretty much, this is a national final.
Yeah.
This is a national final. There's not many missing from this.
Those times are from, if you're just catching us, those times are from the heats that were about half an hour ago.
Not PBs?
No. This
well,
final,
some are.
So yeah, some of them are PBs. But this final will be on later on this evening. That is an awesome field, and it's probably only missing maybe 2 to 3 athletes.
Yeah.
I would throw Hartman out there. I would throw Matt Rizzo, who just threw himself into the scene after Canberra. I actually thought he was supposed to be running in Perth. Maybe he didn't make the trip. So Hartman, you know, Zach Holdsworth was part of the 4x1 last year.
Yep.
Arnis Abuganaba.
Yep.
So these are athletes that can all run under.
And Arnis ran really well in Canberra too. So he obviously didn't make the trip over here, but he would have found himself in this final most definitely, and he's running very, very well at the moment.
I am, after all my excitement after the heat, potentially Josh Clark may have pulled out of the final. You know, he has run further than he has done in a long time by finishing the 100 metres. And I did call about my excitement of him, you know, not looking like he was injured. He's poker-faced me.
Well, maybe it's a precautionary thing.
Yeah.
Because he knows he hasn't raced much. To come out and race twice in an evening, sometimes that can be tough.
No, imagine running twice. But no, look, honestly, if it gets him to the end of the season, you've got to do what you've got to do.
Exactly. And in the end, for us anyway, the most important race is that 100-metre final at Nationals. We want to see him in that final, fresh, ready to go, and back on the track with these guys. That's what we want to see. I'll give up every other race to have him in that national final.
And running again.
Yep. Yeah, his real coming out race was that one in Canberra on the back straight where he
you would say that was his coming out race. No. He was just nothing before that, and then he came out there.
Not nothing. But that was a big one.
I can take it back.
You can take it back, but 10.15 on Canberra, the AIS track on the back straight.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Not bad.
So you wouldn't claim that when he won nationals with 10.19?
10.15.
You can't call that a coming out race.
It's a qualifier.
Where was he?
It was a qualifier.
Where was he before that? What was he doing?
He was there, running fast.
He must have been deep inside the house if he needed 10.15 to come out. Where was he in the backyard? And when he ran 10.19, he just walked inside the back door, and then he came out the front when he ran 10.15.
It's like Browning when he ran his 10.08.
Oh, it was his coming out party. I wouldn't include that he's 17-year-old 10.18 windy or... Nah.
It was a hurricane one. So, Hyde cooling back on the runway. Just obviously getting a feel for that flex of the pole once again. We see a bit of a pre-jump routine that she goes through. Can she get herself over? So on a little bit of a longer run up than some of the other athletes. She's got some good speed. No, just didn't like it. Got too little close. A little bit of acrobatics at the
bit of an 8, maybe an 8 out of 10.
Didn't quite stick the landing, so lose a couple of points for that. Just having a chat to the coach. Doesn't seem too happy about something. Probably just some frustrations with herself, knowing what she's capable of and just not quite executing it on that previous attempt.
6 metres 8.2. We'll be looking for that green to continue towards Tokyo. The new stadium is opened up. It's ready to go. It's just waiting for the competitors. 173 days.
Almost Again, just knocking it
close for Lawson.
on the way up.
Be a great start for the Olympic dream for one of the women here tonight. Give you a rest of all the action under the pole in long jump. New South Wales and William Cryer, first to jump.
So it shouldn't be too far away from the combined men's and women's long jump, which will be running parallel to this pole vault. But a first attempt now for the Com Games bronze medalist from 2018, Nina Kennedy. Oh, massive. 437. Don't even worry about it.
So that's a super positive sign there from Nina to go through with a massive clearance on her first attempt. No worries at all. Thanks for coming. Quick chat to Budgie in the stands. It's really good to see her back out there again as we go straight. To Liz Parnova.
Elizaveta Parnova, yes, that's her name.
So still staying with a short approach.
Do you want to contest me on this? It's a World Athletics profile page. She officially changed it to Elizaveta Parnova.
Did change it.
Yes. I know it used to be just Liz Parnov.
Yes.
But, look. It is official.
It is official.
Yeah.
We'll make sure everyone knows how to correctly pronounce what she got here.
Bit of cherry picking, unfortunately. Just at the top there. So the long jump, 766 for Henry Smith, his first attempt. We've got a combined big fields too, so 10 in the men's and 5 in the girls, so a long way between jumps. But there's Matrevsky. 4 8-metre jumpers in the field. Can't say that that's happened for quite some time.
So Matrevsky out there with the bright Adidas spikes.
Very damn bright.
Like Nina. And also Elizaveta. What's Matrevsky got? Always quick on the runway.
Well, I think that was probably a flag red at the board. Oh, white flag, really? Okay.
Well, Chris is obviously lucky that that official there is there and not you.
Yeah, very. I'll chat to Coach Boaz. Hilliard's now moved down to the long jump. It's punt over. No, just not releasing there. That's probably not the correct term, but that's fine. A bit frustrated with herself. Oh, hey, look. Come on, can you blame me?
Look, it was a legal jump. It wasn't foul.
Look, if they got that right from there, that's fair enough. I'm a couple of 1,000 kilometres away. So I think I did all right. So Mackenzie Littlelow, the local athletes, getting a chance to have a jump here. And we'll see Jeremy Andrews next up. It's Gary Bourne down the bottom. Coaching of Jeremy Andrews and Henry Frayne. McTaggart now. Oh, just getting trapped over the bar there. 4:37. So here comes Jeremy Andrews. How's he going in the fantasy basketball team?
Not well.
Not well.
Yep. I've actually taken him out twice this season, so he's a little bit dirty about that. But he's out here jumping well. He jumped really well in Canberra.
Oh, he's pretty happy with that.
As
you can tell the way he staunch off the board.
It was a windy one, only just when he went 85 in Canberra. He's back out here having a quick chat to Gary Bourne. So
he's got a legal best of 75, but a windy 785.
He definitely is a better long jumper than he is fantasy basketball coach. So.
Oh, okay, well, you know, we can't all be great at everything. How are you going? Pretty trash too?
Let's not talk about it.
Let's hope you're a better live stream commentator than you are fantasy basketball coach.
Wouldn't be hard.
So punt over last attempt at 4:37. Oh, wow. That was a good attempt.
So, unfortunately, punt over will bow out of this competition with a solid attempt on that last one at 4:37, and off that short approach is some impressive jumping. So once she gets the stages of being able to extend the run-up back to the full approach, I think we're going to see some pretty big heights from Elizaveta. And you can see Budgie there just going over some footage of the attempt, just so they can review how that was, because they understand it was close. It was very, very close.
Now next on the runway will be Darcy Roper. Basically just wearing a grey singlet he found at home. Looks like he's cut the sleeves off himself. Hey, look.
In the end,
it doesn't matter what you wear.
No.
When you jump 820, you can wear what you want.
Big, then.
Now, the issue I've seen is the red flag has been popping up at the wind gauge for these jumps. And let's hope it can settle down, because we know what happened last year, 8:32, but I think it was like a 2.1 or a 2.3. He's coming fresh off a PB at the ACT titles last week of 8:20. 8:22 is the Olympic qualifier. I reckon he can do it.
So you can see his singlet going in the breeze a little bit there.
And he's just waiting for McTaggart in the pole vault next to him. She comes last attempt at 4:37. Unfortunately, a fail there for the New Zealander. So one left in that pole vault. Nina Kennedy, she's only had one attempt. She's knocked out the comp. Oh, he didn't like that. A lot of speed though. Just felt like he just didn't get that extension, or his hip just didn't get the hips through towards the end. He's still running.
It's one of those things again in long jump, where speed on the runway is good, but if you can't control it,
then it's
pointless. And maybe it's just that wind sort of getting to him at the moment. He's got a little bit more speed than what he may be used to.
Yep.
And it's just trying to control that.
Oh, he was a mile behind the board as well.
Takeoff.
That's how far he was. He jumped from bloody Margaret River. Is that the right direction?
Yeah.
Yeah, sweet. Nah, I'll come home Perth. I know WA.
You only had to pick anything south.
Well, it took a while. Well, at least I didn't say Broome.
So now that Nina is the last athlete in the field, she will have a fairly significant amount of time between attempts.
Yeah. So next up, Jacob Sristanopoulos, one of your favourite athletes. He's already been Greek godded by the in-ground announcer.
I'm a fan of any West Australian athlete. I have a soft spot for all WA athletes. What has Sristanopoulos got on this attempt? Oh, that'll be close. It's been a foul, and yeah, but look on his face. Looks like the red flag's gone up, unfortunately.
Good to see him going with the moustache for the competition. I see the big moustache live stream.
Just wants to have a little bit of a look. Oh,
Yeah.
so close.
I like that they've gone with the plasticine to match the colour scheme of the Cold Summer Super Series.
It's a nice touch.
Yeah.
Nice touch.
The Bahamian blue and gold. Actually, that's effectively the Bahamian flag, that board there. Big shout out to Shawnee Miller-Weibo, Stephen Gardner, some other Bahamians, Chandra Stirrup, just throwing out names. Leven Sands, is that a Bahamian?
Yes.
Oh, Frayne. Oh, he's gone out big first jump.
It looked like a fairly casual approach into the board, so he didn't have the speed that Darcy had on his attempt, so fairly controlled through.
But I feel like that's how, when he did his PB at the Com Games qualifying, that's almost what it was.
Yep.
Just casual as you like. So I'm not sure what Nina's put this up to. I'll try and catch a glimpse of it as she goes past. It looks like she's gone to 50, which wasn't one of the progressions, but that's okay.
From Western Australia, Luke Parker. Also from Western Australia, Jordan White. And from New South Wales, the under 20 Oceania champ, Zachary Hayward. The men's high jump at the Eastern End Melbourne Stadium.
So 786 for Frayne. They're just feeling their way through this. We'll go to the girls next.
So my favourite Bahamian athlete.
Yep, Bahamian.
Bahamian.
Yep.
Chris Brown.
Oh,
And not the singer. Not the singer. For anyone at home
That's fair.
who's thinking I'm talking about Chris Brown the singer, no. I don't, I'm not a fan.
He probably came
But Chris
fourth
Brown, the runner, the
at
400-metre runner.
more championships ever.
I don't even know if there's anyone who's had a longer running career than Chris Brown.
Does he own his own island? I'm fairly sure the first World Relays in 2014, or maybe the second one, they had an after party on his island.
On his own.
Why not?
Also known as the fireman.
Really? Why? I understand, like, you know, the postman because he always delivers, but the fireman, because he always puts out
So he was part of that
flames.
Olympic
Yes, 2012.
4x4 gold winning team over.
If you want to watch some epic YouTube videos, watch. I feel like I remember, as we see Cinta Wardana, the first of the women's long jumpers, there was a video of like a bank. People just in the bank, just, you know, starting their day, while the 4x4 was on in London, and they all just lost their minds.
Oh, I lost my mind.
Yeah. It was just good to see America get beaten.
Yeah, it was. And that team made up of Demetrius Pinder, Michael Matthew and Raymond Miller. Another Bahamian 400-metre runner that was around for a very long time.
Now, it's a shame that him and Stephen Gardner, their paths just didn't cross at the right time. Stephen Gardner won Doha, 43.48.
So Brown went 44.40 as the personal best.
Lizzie Heading. First attempt, probably.
The impressive part of it,
the board.
He was only 5'10", and for a 400-metre runner, that's fairly short. You know, usually they're a little bit bigger, a little bit longer and leaner.
That's a lot of turnover.
Oh, significant.
I swear there'd be times when he'd get to a final and he might run, 44.5 and come fourth, and then the next year he'd run 45.5 and come fourth. It didn't matter what. He was just fourth. But I'm sure he would, keep all those fourths when it included an Olympic gold medal in the 4x4 and scalping America.
West Australia's Nina Kennedy. Commonwealth Games bronze medalist.
Second attempt for Nina Kennedy, 4 metres 50. Oh, massive clearance from Nina Kennedy. Wonder if she's feeling a 4.70 metres today.
The bar will continue to rise as we get closer to 4.70 metres and the Tokyo 2020 qualifying heights.
She does have a PB of 4.71. She did 9th of Feb 2 years ago.
As we see, Brooke Stratton on the runway now for the long jump. What she got here in this attempt. It's out there, probably over the 6, but
really stomping that landing.
Didn't quite nail it off the takeoff board. But it's a nice settler there for Brooke. Again with the bright fluoro pink spikes as well. So obviously that's the new Adidas sponsor kit. As we see Fryer, he's taken that bright pink from the shoes and put it on his singlet.
Interesting. Right, jumpers. They only have to wear one bib.
Yeah.
He's decided to wear the back bib.
Yeah, well, it's up to them to decide.
Now,
it's not great for jumping. It doesn't help us.
No, but also the point would be, if anything is going to make an impact in the sand,
it's going to be the back bib.
It's going to be the back bib. So you wear your front bib. He's like, you know what? No, I'm going to wear the back bib. High jumpers, wear the front bib. Pole vaulters wear the back bib, because that's the bit that brushes the pole. William Fryer's going, you know what? I'm going to wear the back bib and just throw caution to the wind.
Yeah. The likelihood of the back bib causing issue is remote.
You need to be good with your pins.
Well, yeah, you don't want it flapping around.
Well, no. So maybe 17 world champs. Ivana Spanovic. I think she only 3-pinned it. Little scoop.
Oh.
Yeah.
Slightly off topic, but similar strain.
Is it about scooping?
No, okay. It's about things leaving the mark in the pit in a long jump. Watching an event, a world event, a woman's running down, takes a jump, boom, wig falls off. Wig lands in the pit, further back.
Blessing Okabare.
Exactly, yeah.
Yep, whoops.
You've got to take it where the wig lands.
That counts, yeah. Weave.
Weave, okay, we'll go with weave. As we see Henry Smith now on the runway. What can he produce here? He's got good speed. Can he control it?
Oh, I don't mind it. He was 7.99 in Canberra. He's the Oceania champion. He got his debut in Doha.
Second round of the long jump competition.
You know what's changed this year for Henry? No hat backwards. He was
always did, yeah.
Yeah, he was a classic hat backwards man. The Tasmanian. Clark made the big trip out west.
He's got the full Under Armour kit on. Looks like all the big brands have gone fluoro for this season.
All eyes now turn to the pole. Nina Kennedy. First attempt. 4 meters 60. Matrevsky on the runway in the long jump.
So the bar up to 460 in the pole vault. Matrevsky having his second round jump. Good speed. Oh, that's a big one. Oh, the little sand toss at the end. He's happy with it. He's giving another little look back, a little bit of peek over the shoulder. Oh, good first attempt from Kennedy. You can even hear the support from Panova.
We'll have 2 more attempts, 4 meters 60.
It'll probably be about 5 to 6 minutes. Between jumps now for Nina. So 7.78 for Matrevsky. So Frane's still in the lead with his 7.86 first round. Hopefully it's just not one of those nights where everyone kind of just has a tough gig jumping. Now, I think we can confirm that we won't see Josh in the final of the 100, as it is due to start in about 15 minutes, so they're probably in their call room, and he is just sitting down at the long jump watching. So, good chance we won't see him. He's been there for quite some time. Jeremy Andrews next up. Stixie, as he's known to his friends. A Perth local who made the move out to the Sunshine State for training, now part of the Gary Bourne squad. See Nina just on the bottom left of your screen, hiking herself up for her next 2 attempts.
So on track is the Little Athletics girls, 400 metres.
Oh, that's a big jump. Stixie's happy with that one.
And he's got a lot of support from the local crowd here. Obviously, all his friends have come out
fresh on the board.
Good position on the board. Only a few centimetres left on that one, so that's where you want to be. He's waiting for the distance. Good nervous wait.
Geez, they're really giving it a good measure.
Yes, he's happy
pumped.
with it.
7.93.
Whoa! Great jump there.
Massive.
By Stixie.
Wow. That puts him up. That really throws him into the equation. Ollie Callahan, good speed off the runway there.
Set your watches, ladies and gentlemen. The men's 100-metre final just 15 minutes away. 15 minutes away. The men's 100-metre final.
So 15 minutes till that 100-metre final. If you're just joining us now, as Darcy Roper gets to the top of the runway, Stixie goes to the lead. Jeremy Andrews is 7.93, waiting for that wind. Hale 10.12. PB in the heats. Rowan Browning 10.16 in his debut over the distance for the season. Eddie Nikita 10.24. Jake Doran 10.24. And he goes Roper. Miles behind the board. I can see why he popped up on his first attempt. He's just having a little bit of runway trouble, I think. Hopefully he can get something in, because looking at this, there's 10 athletes in the field, right? Well, he's got to lose 2. If he doesn't get a jump in, he doesn't get 3 more.
That would be big.
Yeah. He did get a jump in there. I hope it was far enough that it gets him 2 more.
It's probably low 7s. It's gonna be close.
Yeah. That is a turn up. So Nina Kennedy's second attempt, 4.60 m. No. Oh. That's at least a 9 out of 10. It was a little bit more graceful than Hyde Coolings earlier. 7.26 maybe. I'm just hearing it was a 2.9 for Jeremy Andrews. But, you know, it beats his other windy best. And you just don't know what wind you're going to get. He might get a bigger jump later. Bristonopoulos right on the board.
206. Unfortunately, Zachary Hayward is out of the competition. Number 20, Oceana Jack. Jordan White and Luke Parker remain in high jump.
No, here comes Henry Frayne.
So Jordan White is the sole competitor left in the high
So, with the casual run-up on his first one, getting one out there in the 80s, what can he do here? So, Jeremy Stixie Andrews currently leading this competition with that 7.93. He's put it out there, and the rest of the field have got some work to do. The quality of Henry Frayne, will it show through on this attempt? It's big. It's big. It looks like
I think he's given the red flag. Well, we did say the foul ball was a bit high. That would be like a box jump.
Because that looked like it was around that 8.10 sort of mark.
Yeah, but Stixie's was around there too, and it was okay.
Okay, so it's significant.
Now, he's they're going to need more than just a little knife to fix up that board. That'd be tough on the ankle.
Lane 1, University of West Australia. Lane 2, England. 3, Kingsway. Lane 4, Melville. And the boys' team is Lane 5, Melville.
Oh, they've gone a different colour. That's not the Jandakot Airport Track Classic colours. Excuse me.
No.
Well, whatever.
It's now what, German?
Yeah, it is all Belgium. Depends where you look at the board. You look at it this way or the other way. So I'm hearing some unfortunate news that Roper and Smith are out of the competition.
That's not good.
But it's only the second round. But I am hearing, I would prefer to hear it that they missed out because they just couldn't get on the board, but it might be injuries.
Both?
Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate if that's correct. Obviously, we never want to see anything like that, especially to the athletes such as Henry Smith and Darcy Roper.
Yeah, two of our Doha representatives from 2019.
So, Nina Kenny back on the runway.
Last attempt.
Now she's been speaking with the coach, and the coach's instructions was just to go for it. She said she feels good and she's ready. He just wants to go out there, really sort of put it on the line in this attempt. Obviously they know what they're capable of in training. It's just a matter of putting it together on the evening in competition. It's so different. So we go back to Blackman and the long jump. Good attempt out towards that 6 metre mark. But back with Kennedy. Just checking the grip. Setting herself, trying to psych herself up. Can she go clear? She starts a run up. Producing good speed. Rocks back. Oh! Another close attempt from Nina Kennedy. Unfortunately not to be this evening. So that will conclude women's pole vault here at the Jandakot Airport Perth Track Classic.
Chucked an extra word. Now, if anyone's curious about Jandakot, Jandakot is a suburb in Perth.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
South?
South. Now, it is the Aboriginal meaning is the place of the Whistling Eagle. Now, if you look at the Jandakot Airport Track Classic logo, the blue swipe at the top,
yep,
that's the eagle. And it has had a few different spellings, apparently. There was Jandakot with a C, Jandakot, Jandakot double T. They've landed on the Jandakot we know and love today. And they've done a great job with the Track Classic over there, throwing their name onto it.
Yep.
It is a tricky one because I know everyone gets stuck with Perth Track Classic. Well, no, it's in Perth.
Yeah.
It is the Jandakot Airport Track Classic.
You see Liz heading, charge down the runway and get one out there, maybe just over the 6 metre mark for heading. So, just looking through some of the comments on the live stream, and a few people have been putting out some predictions around who's going to win the 100 and what they're going to run.
Love it. What do we got?
So we have...
Is there a prize for the winner? We got some lollies here.
Has put out their Hale in 10.06.
10.06. Oh, that's harsh. You can't give him 10.05?
Well, it's not.
You want him to just miss the Olympics?
It's not me calling this. So we've got another one. George McLeod reckons Hale's going to win in 10.07.
Oh, these guys are ruthless. As you see, Stratton on the runway. Her second attempt. Not bad at all.
Just not quite sticking that landing. So they're coming through thick and fast now. Tim Rosen, Browning in 9.99 with a 2.0 win.
Stuffed. All right. Look, someone's got to say it.
Hussein Ali, 10.09. Hasn't said who.
Just 10.09?
10.09.
Mate, I'm sure they'll all take it.
Nate Allen, Browning, 10.07. Hale, 10.10.
Oh, that's a tight race.
That is.
But see, look, Eddie, you can't discount him.
Oh, now we're just getting jokers in here. Johnny Lambert, Browning, 8.23 with a minus 9.9.
Oh, I love it. That's a strong run into a headwind.
So, Osai Wusu-Freye, Browning, 10.03.
That's there. Equal second all time.
Nose track, so that's not a bad guess. Oh, we've got a Nikita, 10.01. Nikita doing exactly what he needed to do.
That would almost be, that would be the second fastest all-time junior.
Oh, come on, Matt Rizzo. Get off the fence. Hale and Browning, dead heat in 10.05.
Boo! Rizzo just wants to make sure he doesn't piss anyone off in the relay. We're all friends. Come on, Matt. Yeah. Don't be like that.
Hale, 10.04 with a 0.8.
That's nice. I like that. Still third all time.
So we've even got some box trifecta coming through.
Oh, so how many have they put in? What percentage do they get of the winnings?
Dino's gone with Browning to Jung to Clark, but unfortunately
Clark's not
running.
So he's just picked all the Sydney Uni athletes. Yeah, sweet.
So Chloe Michelle, Browning in 10.04. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that. More 10.04s for Browning.
They've all really, you know, he only has to, he can still run 10.05 and get to the Olympics. He doesn't have to run 10.04.
Yeah, 10.04 is popular here for Browning.
It's when you really want to make sure you're in it. Oh, big jump there from William Freya. I think he might have fouled that one though.
So Nikita, 10.11 by Hamish. Loranga Boyle in 9.98.
Okay.
Dan Rogers reckons I'm going to be in there for a late entry. 10.05. Taking out.
You finish at what? 10:05 at night. I think that's when you'll be finishing.
Look,
10:05 p.m.
I can walk across the studio floor in 10.05. Jack Hale, 10.03, 1.1.
Oh, I like that. If he gets this, honestly, if he gets the start, anything can happen. What about Doran? Why are they're all forgetting Doran?
We've got calls for Shervo to come back.
He would love to. Oh. If he enters one of the track classics, I'll make sure he gets a start.
A couple of Nikitas, 10.14.
Nice.
So there's a lot of hope out there for a 10.0. There's believers in the 10.0s.
I'm a big fan. So if we go to the, if Eddie runs under 10.10, so if we look at this, Eddie's currently 80th all time with his 10.19 as a junior. Okay? So if we look back, if he runs anything that's predicted 10.10, 28th all time. If he runs under 10.05, he's top 10 all time.
It's just good to see that Rizzo's hopped off the fence.
Oh, he's made his decision.
He's made his decision.
Forced his hand.
Yeah.
Where has he gone?
Publicly, he's gone Hale. 10.04.
Oh.
It's out there.
You're going to cause some. You're causing something, Rizzo.
As we see Matreski.
That's a big jump. Interesting landing.
It's getting towards that 8 metre mark, and you can see there just that trail leg just failing him. And he's probably lost about 20 centimetres on that. Fortunately, his two stablemates are out of this competition. We heard the report, it was hamstrings.
the sun sets in the west, it's time now to introduce competitors for the final of the men's 100 metres. In lane 1, the West Australian champion.
So, the moment we've been waiting for, as we see the time still trickle through. There's a lot of O's. Browning and Hale has been the common theme.
You haven't got much longer to get your guesses in.
Australian champion, Personal best 10.19,
Love to see a 10.0.
Now, the fastest time on by an Australian on Australian soil is 10.08 by Josh Ross and Rowan Browning. Josh Ross on the inside track at at Brisbane. Rowan Browning on the outside track. The fastest time in Perth, legal by an Australian, I think is like Josh Ross, maybe a 10.12, 10.13. Illegal, it's 9.88.
Yeah.
10.08 is third all time. 10.03 second all time. So 10.10 fourth all time. Trey? I think we put now fifth all time Hale with his 10.12. So it's going to be very exciting. As you can see, lane 7, no Clark. We'll hope to see him. Can't see much wind out there. Mind you can't really see wind generally, so... Oh, Hale, that's a much better start. He's got the jump on the field. Here comes Rowan Browning in the centre. Doran's going with him. Hale's got some top speed, but here goes Rowan. Can he hold on? Rowan Browning taking the win. 10.07.
10.07.
Let's see the drop.
It could go down to 5. It has
Let's stay on the clock.
It has been that consistent 0.2 of the round down. If this goes...
What's the wind? 10.06. Oh, evil. No! 10.06, 10.10 for Hale. He's now equal with Trey. 10.25 for Doran in third place. 10.06. Oh,
that hurts.
Ouch.
That hurts.
We need to have a look at the photo finish. Well, it's a PB. He's now third all time by himself. That is the fastest time by an Australian on Australian soil.
Wow.
Hale, a blinding start.
But Browning's middle section of his race was super strong. It was strong in the heats and it's strong here again in the final. Hale trying to come back at him, but Browning taking that out, and he's pretty happy with that, as he should be. Now, looking back at all...
No one guessed 10.06.
No one guessed 10.06.
No, because they weren't mean.
Someone guessed 10.06 for Hale, not for Brown.
Oh, they lose still. Well, Rowan did say that Tamsin was his good luck charm, and it's worked again.
You know how to start a season off fast. That was fantastic.
Oh, thank you. When Jin picked me up there, my ab cramped a little bit, so I'm a bit short of breath.
Well, that's understandable. You know, that's your fastest time ever. Yeah, it's an illegal wind, but, you know, it was a pretty good race. You look like you got a bit better start in that one and put the phases together well.
Yeah, I always knew if I could get the start right, I could run quick. A few parts of the race I could have improved on, and hopefully over the season I can do that. I was very happy with it. I love Perth. It's a quick track. The crowd is fantastic, and the wind's very helpful.
It was helpful, just maybe a little bit too helpful tonight. But last season you had a fantastic season. You came into the World Champs. You carried an injury, didn't you, over there in Doha?
Yeah, I was very disappointed with Doha. I crashed out of my heat. I ran head-to-head against Eddie, Nikita from New Zealand, who ran fantastic, especially for such a young guy over there. But, you know, it was a steep learning curve, and I learned a few lessons that I think I needed to learn.
And then talk to us after the season. You come back home with Andrew Murphy, your coach, who knows how to compete at an elite level. What do you then discuss? How do you then make that level, that jump to go up to an Olympics and then make sure that you can make that semi-final and more?
The biggest thing in this sport is it's just a sport of averages. You know, last year I ran 10.08 once, and I didn't ever want to consider myself, and Murph didn't want me to think of myself as a 10.0 guy. You know, I was still a 10.20 guy until I can come out and average 10.15, 10.05, you know, maybe one day 9.95, who knows. You know, that's when you can start calling yourself a 10.0, 9.9 guy. And at that level, that's when you're really world class.
And so it's about consistency. Well, it's got to help having some great athletes behind you really pushing. Jack Hale has started this season fantastically, and that was a great competition out there.
Yeah, Jack ran very well. I love running against Jack. We're good mates. We roomed together at the Commonwealth Games. We've got a long jump coming up, so I might just stop talking.
No, never stop talking. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the men's 100 metres tonight in a great race, Rowan Browning.
Thanks very much, guys. Thanks for having me.
Here goes Frayne. Well, that's another big jump. I've just heard reports Dixie 780 legal. So improved on his legal best now. I'm going to take back all the PBs that I threw out earlier and the fastest by an Australian on Australian soil. Remove those because unfortunately 2.2 for the wind. So no PB for Hale, no PB for Rowan Browning. It is the fastest that they've both run, but unfortunately we can't call that one a PB. So the fastest on Australian soil goes back to Queensland.
So if we've got to pay some respects here.
Oh, there was a...
Didn't get it right.
Okay.
But this is the closest.
So who said 10.06?
So first of all, this person had the trifecta.
Oh.
Got the trifecta places. Then got every single time only 0.01 off.
Oh.
Browning 10.05. Hale 10.11. Doran 10.26.
Wow. Who was it?
Tim Rosen.
Well done.
Yeah.
Did you guess the wind?
No, he didn't have
sorry. Well, it looks like Tamsin, as Jacinta Wardana's on the runway, has the winner of the pole vault, Nina Kennedy.
I do. I have the winner of the women's pole vault. And Nina, like, you look super confident out there for someone who's come off a big year last year where you didn't have the year you wanted with injury.
Yeah, wow. Thanks for telling me I look confident. I didn't really feel, you know, it's my first comp back in about a year and a half. So, you know, finding my feet, finding my run up, finding my poles. So to jump 50 and to say you said I look confident, that's pretty cool. So thank you.
Well, no, you did, because I mean your first clearance was 37.
Yeah, 37. Yeah.
And then 50 looks like, you know, you were finding your feet again. Your coach Paul, he definitely sounded like he knew that you could get over those higher heights. And 460, he just said you got this, and you nearly did in that third attempt.
Yeah. So, you know, a year and a half later, you know, I've gained, you know, 2 kilos of muscle, and pole vault, like, I'm on really big poles that I haven't touched before in my life. So, you know, to kind of be like, whoa, this is really big, but it's in my capability. It's a bit of a mental challenge, but yeah, that third attempt, I just ripped it, and it's there. So I have a few comps more in the next 2 months, so hopefully it's there.
Well, you've got to have confidence out of it. So when you took that final attempt, you actually twisted the pole when you took off, didn't you?
Yeah. So they're new poles, and anyone who understands pole vault, they have a bend, obviously, duh. But sometimes the bend on it is a little bit tricky, so you got to really find it. And I've never used that pole before, so I took off and it twisted in my hand, and I was like, oh shit, just go regardless. So a few technical changes and we'll be right.
And last question, you write in a book between some of your jumps. What are you writing in that book?
I know, dear diary. No, I'm kidding. No, so basically, like I said, it's so technical, just those little technical things. What pole I'm on, what's my grip, where's my run up, if I move my run up back, which obviously it does in the competition, just those technical things so I know for next competition. But yeah, I draw some pictures and stuff between attempts, keep my mind busy, but it's a good distraction, yeah.
I love that. Okay, that is brilliant. I mean, coach is sacked, you do all the work yourself while you're out there.
Yeah, basically. He just films and then I watch it. No, I'm kidding.
No, he's a good coach. He's a great coach. Nina, it is so good to have you back out here on the track, and you look fantastic. Can't wait to see how high you vault leading into the Olympics.
Thank you so much.
So for anyone sort of starting out within the event of pole vault, it's probably a really good habit to get into early. just jotting down those notes.
Yeah.
What poles you're using, what flex you're using, how you felt, and all that sort of stuff.
Upright backs and forths.
Just trying to get a better understanding of your event and how you're going through all the stages, and to be able to look back at that data and those reflections, it's invaluable. As we see Jessie Harper just there behind Brooke Stratton, waiting for her attempt. It will be Brooke first up. What has she got?
Oh, looks to be around that 6 metres 40. See the wind being pretty tricky out there for the jumpers at the moment. I'm kind of glad now that it said 10:06.
Why?
Well, because it was 2.2.
Okay, yeah, I guess it doesn't matter in that sense.
No, you would nothing worse than running the qualifier.
But,
well, especially how long the 2.2 took to get to us.
But in saying that, though, the 05 is still going to be better in terms of your points calculation towards the Olympics.
Correct. So, the unfortunate thing is, you lose
a lot of points
straight away
with the 2.2.
So you lose 13 points.
Yeah.
Straight up.
6 per.
So a 10.05, no 10.06. You lose 13 points. So it is worth. So 10.06 is worth 1,186 points. So you get into 10.73. It's still worth the same as running a 10.10 legal. Plus, this is the D competition. So then add 40. And we go to 12.12. And that is the same as running 9.99. So there you go. That's what he's getting points for.
Not bad, is it?
Yeah. And that's how the point system works.
Well, we didn't really explain it that well.
No, it was fine. You don't need to worry about it.
For those playing at home, this is a D level meet.
Yep.
So there's different levels. Well, if we're talking about normal competitions, A, B, C, D, E, F.
Yep.
This one is a level D, so it's just outside that top three, the gold, silver, bronze, which is the A, B, C.
This is an Oceania permit.
Yes. So it was announced just recently that the Brisbane meet will be a silver level continental meet. So that's a B.
Yep. That's it.
It's 2 levels above this one, which means obviously the points are more significant for the win.
So here's 40 points. It kind of works out if you look at the event above. That's what you would get for coming fourth at the event above. So 40 points here for the win at a D. If you go to a C, it's 40 points for fourth and 60 points for the win. If you go to a B, it's 100 points for the win, 60 points for fourth, and it kind of works down like that.
Yeah. So, for those who are unaware, as we spoke about earlier in the stream, there's 2 ways to qualify for the Olympics. You can either do the qualification performance, which for the 100 metres is 10.05. If you don't do that, then the rest of the field is made up of the point score allocation based on the rankings at that point in time at the end of qualification period.
June 29.
And you get points based on, first of all, your result. There's a result score, and then there's the bonus points score, which obviously is attributed to certain finish positions within different leveled competitions.
That's it. And then add them together, you get your so you get your final score, your performance score, and then it's your average of the 5 best within that year period.
So it's no longer a situation where, it is with the automatic qualifying. So if you run 10.05 once, bang, you're in.
Yep.
But it's no longer a situation where one time will get you in.
No.
If you don't have that automatic.
Which, to be honest, when it first came out, there's a lot of fear in it. But I think this is perfect for Australians.
Totally.
So say you run you can't run 10.05, and there was no roll down. You're never getting in.
No.
But if you run 10.06 5 times, you're in.
You're more than likely you'd be.
When any other time in history, apart from, say, I don't know if there was roll downs in London. I think there was in Rio. you were never going to get a sniff because you didn't qualify.
Yep.
So this opens up the door to the fact that our season's so far removed from the others. We can start our season so much earlier and steal all those points.
And if you're smart enough with it and you play the game, you've been doing the research in terms of what leveled competitions you can go and compete at. So for those people who competed at Oceania Champs last year, that was a significant point scoring opportunity for athletes to go out there and gain the points. Then there was the Pacific Games, and then obviously when it comes to the Australian season, you've got Nationals, which is a high rank at a B.
Yep.
And then you've got now the Brisbane one, which is also at a B.
Yep.
And then you've got obviously the Ds for the rest of them at the moment. So if you're smart about how you go about it with your competitions, you can get yourself into a team by sort of playing the game a little bit, making sure you're consistent through that with your 5 performances.
That's exactly right. I think it opens up a lot. You can see the Javelin boys warming up and the pole vault boys. So we've seen Nana Kennedy come back to competition, and we get to see Curtis Marshall return. Now, don't forget, a major part of the Summer Super Series is Coles. Athletics Australia and the Summer Super Series would once again like to thank our community and premier partner Coles Supermarkets for their continued support for our amazing sport. Since November 2018, Coles has provided more than $1,167,575 in grants for new sports equipment to 316 Little A centres across Australia. Funds for the grants are raised through the sale of specially marked chiller bags designed by Aussie kids. Every bag sold 25 cents is directed to the Coles Little Athletics Community Fund to provide sport equipment grants.
Do you know what? I think that's my favourite part of it all, those bags.
Well, honestly, I forget my bag every time. So I feel like I've at least put in, out of that, I've probably put, $5 of that 1.61775. I was the 5.
How many chiller bags you got?
That's a lot of chiller bags.
How many chiller bags? You got 5 of them, have you?
No, they're 25 cents a bag.
No, 25 cents from the sale of the bag. The bags are like $1 or $2.
Yeah, but the dollar. So the 25 cents in $5, that's 20 bags. I forget my bags a lot.
20 bags?
Yeah. 25 cents per bag, $5. 4 25s in $1.
You reckon you got 20
No, I don't.
chiller
You're
bags?
kidding yourself.
I'll tell you what, I've got 4 of them.
Oh, well, you just obviously don't like Little Athletics then. You're not helping out. What can they get for $1?
Well, once you've got 4 chiller bags, you've literally got one in every location where you exist. I've got one at work,
I wish I could
car,
leave one
at home.
at the shops. Because that's when I get there. I leave it in my car, I forget it, then I take it out. Yeah, I know.
Then when you leave the shop, what do you do?
Just put another one there. I swap one. I have 2. In, one out. Give and take.
I've got one at work, one in my car, and a couple at home. Because I keep forgetting him like you, and I keep having to buy them.
Exactly. Now, the Rehydrate team are currently in Perth and will also be at all the other events at the Coles Summer Super Series in the activation zone. And come and sample some of the very latest in rehydration technology. The same recovery drinks used by our Australian team. The team have some special offers for all athletes and fans here watching the live stream today. Simply head to www.superiorsupplements.com.au to pick up some Rehydrate product and enter the code REHYDRATE820. Sorry, this is very hard to read. It's R3 Hydra 820 to receive 20% off your order. Now, you probably see it on your screen, R3 HYDR 820 for 20% off from superiorsupplements.com.au. And you can see athletes just discussing as they rejig the order in this long jump, the men's and the women's competition. Looks like it might be a little bit chilly over there. It does get a little bit cold as the doctor kicks in and the sun goes down.
Ladies and gentlemen, I only do often crowd announcements with small children, but I am making this section tonight so you guys.
And there we are. I could probably go a bit of Rehydrate right now.
I would love some because it is a little toasty in the studio here.
It is. What flavours? Forest berry.
Yeah, I haven't tried one of the ones in the cans.
Are they cans? Weren't they just powder jugs?
On the back.
Oh, they're cans.
It looked like cans.
Oh no.
Rehydrate. That would be great.
Yeah. Little shotgun, a bit of Rehydrate.
Oh, wouldn't that be good? As we see, the athletes just warming up there for the Javelin.
Now, obviously this not only reaches out past Western Australia and throughout of all of Australia, but the world could be watching the live stream. We currently have the new Oceania Area President, Robin Sapong from the Northern Mariana Islands, is currently watching and enjoying our live stream. Thank you for watching, Mr. President. Our former president, Jeff Gardner, is now one of the vice presidents of the IAAF World Athletics, which is great news for our Oceania area. And the new president will do an amazing job in our area. And we thank Oceania for permitting this meet. It's an Oceania area permit. And there it is. It's 22 degrees currently in Perth. William Fryer on the runway now. So without Henry Smith and Darcy Roper, if you're just joining us, pulling out after some injuries in those earlier rounds. So Will Fryer, Brandon Clark, Matrevsky, Mackenzie Littlelow, Jeremy Andrews, Ollie Callahan, Jacob Christianopoulos and Henry Frayne will remain for their final 3 attempts. And with only 5 athletes in the women's, it's Caitlin Blackman, Cinta Wardana, Lizzie Heading, Brooke Stratton and Jessie Harper. And there's Fryer, his 4th round attempt. So, not too far away from the start of the Javelin, which will go at 7 o'clock local time. It's in about 8 minutes. And the men's pole vault at 7:05. There's Brandon Clark there. As Matrevsky sits on the runway. Looks like they haven't gone with a reorder. So I might have just asked the athletes if they like the way they're going, because they're just going by start order at the moment. Matrevsky up next.
Next up on the runway, Kristen Matrevsky, men's long jump. Finalist in 2018 two-time national champion.
So, what can Matrevsky produce? Just going through motions, just mentally preparing himself, trying to envision, waiting for the wind. Yeah, not quite getting it out there, unfortunately. So just goes back and has another little chat to the coaches. Craig Hilliard just providing a little bit of advice as we see Henry Frayne. Now, for those of you who track fans out there who are into your gear, now this brand you may be unfamiliar with, it's called Spider. And not really many athletes I know of that are sponsored by Spider. Frayne has transitioned from Adidas, where he was for so long. He's now with Spider, and you can see they've put together a great uniform and the Bahamian spikes to go with the Track Classic colours.
Spider, South Korean brand, new to track and field. They've got a few long jumpers. I think Lorraine Ugan and Kenny Selman, a 4-hurdler. So they're working together with these guys to develop the spikes.
So now they're towards the 8-metre mark. Unfortunately, looks like the red flag.
I'm not sure why he's... That feels like an end of competition clap.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
That's a much better jump, though. You still see the yellow mark over on the blue there at the end, at the broom end of the long jump here.
On his previous attempt where he annihilated the blaster.
Yeah. He's coming in with confidence, though.
So Andrews back on the runway. He's gone 7.93 so far today, and he's done a legal 7.80. What can he produce here in front of his home crowd? No, unfortunately not.
Not getting it right there. I think the wind in this competition is going to be causing a bit of havoc. Oh, I could do with some Toastbusters right now, though. A little Toastbuster van at the end there. A little bit of food van action. Here we go, little Tamsin off camera. So there's your start list for the Javelin. Jarno van der Linde, Cameron McIntyre, Luke Cann, Hamish Peacock, Morgan Ward, Jesse Schelfauer, Ben Langton Burnell and Thomas Hilditch. World Under 20 qualifying distance 69.50. And the Olympic qualifier 85 metres. Now Cam's jumped out this year with a 78.75 already. I think late 2019 he threw that. The 2015 World Youth Rep. Junior Rep in 2018. Hamish Peacock. He'll need a PB if he wants to get over that 85 metres. I think only 4 Australian athletes have ever done the 85 metres. And the last to do it was Joshua Robinson here at that track, this track, sorry, from that end, from the Margaret River end of the, or should I say southern end of the stadium.
So, we were speaking before about Rehydrate.
We
One
were.
of the great sponsors of Athletics Australia, and obviously this Super Summer Series. Now,
Summer Super Series,
yeah,
yep.
I've got to pay some respects to. I'm looking just through the chat next to the live stream, and Chris Holloman. He said Rehydrate should sponsor Henry Frame, and then release a drink called, wait for it, Reframe. I like it.
I like it.
I like it a lot.
What's their tagline?
I don't know. Come on, Chris. Let us know what your tagline is. But refrain, I like it.
Because wouldn't that... When you refrain, you're holding back. So you're having a drink that helps you hold back?
It holds back all the hydration within your body.
I like it. There you go. Refrain from sweating.
Oh. Refrain from getting tired.
From getting what?
Getting tired. I don't know.
From dehydrating.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works. Franny would be up about it too. That's the next guess. If we're not guessing 100 metre times, we're guessing the tagline for refrain.
As we see Jessie Harper on the runway now in this women's long jump.
There's a World Uni rep last year, part of the Uni Ruse with Lizzie Heading. Caught another glimpse of Clark just sitting in the grandstand. So this is Cam McIntyre for his first throw. And that marker there is the 85 metre. Not a bad start. And here comes Stratton. Oh, she won't be happy with that one.
Just getting forward on the takeoff. Just not pulling the legs through like we're used to seeing her.
Best so far tonight has been 6 metres 4.3.
Next up, Luke Can. 75.42 for McIntyre. Ollie Callahan looking for support. That's a better jump. He's pumped about that one. There goes Hamish. Well, that's probably just in the mid 75s.
We'll have to try.
Let me just say mid-70s. Yeah, I'll get it right. Yeah,
obviously, we have trouble with this facility.
Oh, me too.
And the throws, we never really seem to get them right. So it'll be interesting to see what that distance was.
Yeah, normally they ask for 2 lines. So they have like a gauge line, so maybe one at 70 and then one at the qualifying mark. They just caught me the big one at 85, so. Will Fryer, 5th round jump. No, just didn't like it at the end. Oh, a little bit of a kick up at the end there. It's Morgan Ward.
Yep. Son of Grant Ward, who was the coach of Kim Mickle.
Yeah.
So he is definitely well looked after in terms of javelin coaching.
Yeah. He was actually, he came across to we had a throws camp in Queensland. And all the throwers are out and about. He came across.
Yep.
When you've got Mike Barber on the sidelines, Ben Thompson, all these coaches, why wouldn't you be there? Obviously, Grant was there.
And these high performance camps they have around the country is such a great initiative, because it's not often you're able to get, I guess, the best minds within your event in the one spot to be able to work through things. And it's the beauty of it. You know, there's 100 ways to do something, and one coach might not see something that another coach sees.
Yes.
Not that they're doing anything wrong.
But just different cues as well, like how to put forward that cue.
And
now, actually, while we're just there, just want to Chris Holloman, refrain. He's watching from Reno, Nevada.
There you go.
It's 2:51 a.m.
2:51 a.m. in Reno, Nevada.
Yeah.
And he's
well,
up.
it's probably 3:06 a.m. right now.
Well, hello from...
Yeah. We thought the Northern Mariana Islands was going okay.
Yeah. Firstly, hello from Melbourne.
Yep.
Where we are. And hello from Perth, where they are.
Yeah. There goes Matrewski, round 5. Oh, just not getting that takeoff.
Slightly off balance as he hit the board, and the red flag goes up for Matrewski.
Well, there's Thomas Hilditch just waiting for his attempt. Looks like Ben Langton Burnell next to throw. .306, yes sir. Well, I hope you're going to watch a few more of these live streams. There's one next Thursday for the Canberra Track Classic, no, Melbourne Track Classic, sorry. Then we go to Canberra and we go to Sydney. There's a few in New Zealand in between, and then we come back for the Queensland Track Classic on the 20th of March. And that one's already stacking up to be quite the show. But next week for the Melbourne Track Classic, the trials for the 5,000 metres men and women. Not selection trials, nomination trials. In an Olympic year, the Athletics Australia, they don't get to select the team. They put the team forward to the AIC, and then the AOC select the team. So it's not a selection trial, it's a nomination trial. Same with Com Games years.
Yep.
Com Games Association gets to select the team. World Champs years, though, AA they can do what they want.
Yeah.
So it's a selection trial.
Which is why, as you said, things will be automatic nominations.
Yes.
So if you do the performance, so if you make that qualifying performance, so for the 100, as we said, was 10:05. If you run a 10:05 legally,
then
you get an automatic
then you win nationals. Yep. And to be honest, what's the AOC going to say? No? Come on.
Yeah.
So we're back on the track here for the women's 400-metre hurdles with 8 starters in the field. Vivian Letessier in lane 1 and Lily Mather in 2, the West Australian athletes. Genevieve Cowie of New South Wales. Sarah Carley in 4 from New South Wales. Sarah Klein in 5 from New South Wales. Mackenzie Jeffries in 6. It says Victoria, but I'm going to say New Zealand. Brodie Mate in 7 from New South Wales, and Emma Philippe from Western Australia. Now, Sarah Carley, the first stream of the year in 2019, burst onto the scene, taking the scalp of Lauren Bowden and getting a qualifier for Doha. On her way to Doha, well, in Doha, made the semi-final, ran 55.43. The Olympic qualifier is 53.40, or 55.40, sorry. So she's 0.3 off that mark. Sarah Klein also competed over in Doha. She was Oceania champion, 56.07. Jen Cowie, World Uni rep. So these 3, 4 and 5, very, very handy. What a way to start.
Yeah, and it was in a mix of emotions in Doha, watching Sarah Carley in that semi-final run that time, 55.43, which is huge. An amazing performance, massive PB, all that sort of stuff. But then the realization sinks in of how close she was to getting that automatic time.
And just the weight off the shoulders to know, I've done it. These qualifiers are built to pick the top half of the best athletes.
Yes.
So not just the best athletes that make the Olympics, but the best of the best.
Yes.
That's how hard they are.
And to be agonizingly close in a 400 hurdle event, that's not much distance at all.
You take a step
Just
to the left
dip,
a little bit,
little dip.
Done. We'll go from the inside, so it's Letessia. Looks like we don't have a Letessia. So Mather, Cowie, Carly, Klein, Jeffries, Mate, and Philippe. Sarah Carley, she's already up to the shoulder of Sarah Klein on her outside. Normally she's known for her strong finishes. If she can go out this hard and finish strong, we could see something very quick. So Klein on the outside and Carly on the inside. Carly rising first, and she's already up onto the shoulder. She's a lane inside. Cowie probably in third at the moment as they come around to hurdle 7. They have 3 more to go. Does Carly have the same finishing speed that she showed at the Canberra Track Classic in 2019? And she enters the home straight. She is looking very strong. 1 more hurdle to clear. Klein not going away. Cowie coming back. But Carly, she clears hurdle 10. She's striding towards the finish line. What can she put on the clock? This could be very quick. Oh, 56.89 on the clock. So it's not what she debuted with in 2019, but the first 400-metre hurdles, I think the speed that she showed at the start, once she gets that race fitness in, we'll see something special, I think. 56.87, the official winning time there for Carly.
She's next to go. She winds up down the runway. National record holder comes into the board. Gets up into the pre-national doctor. So the red flag goes up, poses the fastest knee for Brooks Stratton. 1 round remaining. 1 jump remaining. What did you do? Round 6.
So we might be waiting for Sarah to catch a breath before we get to catch her with her, which is fair enough. 400 hurdles is tough. I've only done 2 in my life. That was enough. As we wait for one of our long jump athletes to complete, we got Tams with Sarah Carley.
Probably better known for the people who haven't watched many of your races as being a strong finisher, but you really look like you were attacking that back straight and with a headwind down the back straight. Was that something you and your coach had discussed? Is that a newfound confidence that you've got in your ability?
Not really. I think because of the wind, I knew I had to sort of push out a bit harder to make sure I could actually get my strides, but yeah, I felt it a bit at the end.
Well, you missed the qualifier for the Olympics at the World Championships by 0.03, but it was a fantastic run. It was a personal best, and you were top 16 in the world. I'm hoping you're going to tell me that you were very happy with that race and not disappointed.
I was very happy, but I guess if you're trying to be positive about it, I'm not going to come into this season and be complacent because I'm chasing that time. So if you look at it that way, it's a positive.
Yep, and ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the women's 400 hurdles, she is an international class athlete, top 60 in the world last year, and she has started this season off great. Sarah Carling.
Oh, see, Hamish Peacock, his second round, he's let that one go a bit higher. Not as far, though.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for here tonight, time to introduce competitors in the men's pole vault final.
So,
From Western Australia, the reigning Western champion.
just as we see men pole vaulters line up, we've had a couple of questions come through. Obviously, people wanting some explanations around a couple of things.
Look, ask away.
If anyone's got any questions, throw it out there.
Yeah.
So to Adam Price, just with the Olympic qualification system. So as we said, it is a nomination process to the AOC, not, I guess, an automatic qualification. And obviously, you do have to win nationals to get guaranteed automatic nomination.
Well, I think it's written in the selection criteria. I think you can come second as well with the qualifier. They can nominate you if you've done one. If the first place doesn't have one, or they do go down to at least, I've seen them nominate 3.
Yeah, they most definitely can. So, but in terms of a guaranteed, you win nationals with an automatic.
You've got a qualifier.
Then you're an automatic nomination through AOC. Everything after that becomes a discretionary selection.
Yeah.
So they can, or not selection, but a discretionary nomination.
Yeah.
Through to the AOC. So if you have done it, the performance, but then say you don't perform well at nationals or anything sort of happens, it's up to Athletics Australia whether they want to nominate you through to the AOC.
At that point from nationals, obviously June 29 is the cut-off date, so got plenty of time afterwards.
Plenty of time. And another question from Grant Penny around obviously the win aided performances in terms of the rankings points. So obviously the way it works is 6 points are deducted per 1 metre tailwind.
Yep.
Now that doesn't kick in until you go over the 2.0 mark.
Correct.
So 2.0 and under, there's no points deducted. As soon as you go 2.1, suddenly the 12 points straight after up to that 2 metre tailwind.
That's it.
And then from there on,
it's 0.6 for every 0.1 of wind.
Yes, for every 0.01. So for this 100, it's an extra 1.2 points
which
deducted.
Goes to 1. So it deducts 13.
Exactly.
Yep.
So that 2.2 wind for both Browning and Hale, they'll have 13 points deducted from their final score.
From their result score. So from the time, not from the bonus. No. So you're actually better off having a +3.
Because you want to have a wind, have a strong one.
Have a strong wind. Because the deduction, you could run a lot faster than the deduction. So a 2.2 or a 2.1 is the worst thing you can ever have.
Yeah,
because
2.1's the worst.
Straight away.
Yeah. Those.
Yeah. See, if he had a 2.3, same thing.
Yeah.
2.4. So you're better off having something huge, because there was a case of Kenny Bednarek.
Bednarek, yes, in the 200.
So he ran 1949, and I think it was a +6.2.
Yes.
It actually still worked out with the deductions to be a 19.7.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. So I'll take the points for a 19.7.
Yeah, and that's the thing. No longer do illegal wins really matter in a sense that it doesn't count.
Yeah.
It all counts now.
Yeah.
They just deduct points.
Yeah, which, again, is super helpful.
Yeah.
But it also means a headwind. A headwind works the same. So it doesn't work as in it goes to 2. Any headwind, points are added to your performance. So a -2 is +12 points onto your score. But the problem is a headwind is so much harder to run into than a tailwind. You actually would prefer, if there was wind about, to have a minus or a +4 tailie than a -4. I don't care. I'd rather have points taken off with a with a +4 than trying to get points added on with a -4, because I'm not going to run that quick.
No.
It's going to be so much harder.
100% you're not.
Same as long jump. So this is where it gets tricky. I wrote an article about it a while ago. in the long jump, you can win the competition with a windy jump, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that's your point scoring jump.
No, because...
So if you jump, say, I'm a girl, 681 with a plus 2.1. So you're minus 12 points off my score. If I jump 680 as my next best jump and it's legal,
yeah.
I get the points for 680.
Yeah.
So for the jumps, it's even better.
Yeah.
So they've thought about it. They are still working on it constantly.
I don't know if they've given enough respect to a strong tailwind.
Respect in what way?
Well,
you think a strong tailwind's just so strong that
in terms of how much advantage it can give you over the headwind.
Yeah, definitely. I think the headwind should be at least go to 7.
Yeah.
0.7 or more, because it's significant.
As we see Jessie Harper back on the runway for another attempt. And that one's out there over the 6 metre mark, it seems.
Now, for the people listening at home, of those athletes who are wanting to qualify for Tokyo, and there is always confusion about it and things like that. People thought there was going to be deductions, and if you're between 9 months and 12 months and you take off points for this. Luke Cant, the left-handed thrower, getting it out there. The IAAF, they snuck it in. There was email sent out to the national and federations, but only those performance scores can be considered for the rankings, which were obtained by the athlete in a 12-month period prior to the date of the ranking. So no deductions. It's 12 months. If it was outside the 12 months, doesn't count. If it was inside, counts. They don't say what the date is, but the end of the period's June 29. So a year from that, anything in there counts.
Sweet. As we see Brooke on the runway now. Looks like she was just over the board there. So she'll get...
White flag go up.
No, white flag, apparently.
White flag. So
hey,
I've just
look,
done
leave it up to the officials, mate.
Yeah.
Look, if you can't get it right.
Yeah.
Well, that's a better throw from Hamish. I'll have to check on this one, because that's 85 metres, that mark there. He came in with he gave himself a C throw of 78.12. That could be tickling the 80 metre mark.
I think it will be over the 78.12. I don't know if it's going to reach the 80. I'm saying low 79.
Zoom in. 78.48.
Okay.
All right, we got our eye in yet?
Got our eye.
I don't know where we do.
No, we don't.
No.
But that jump, if that was a legal jump by Brooke, that could put her towards the front end of this field, maybe into the lead.
Now, there is prize money for this competition. We haven't mentioned yet. There's a bit of cash on the line.
There is.
There's around just over $18,000 for the top-tiered events. Okay. So, obviously, at the start of the tour, there are events that were decided that these were the targeted events, and they alternate between the venues. So for here was the men's 100, the women's 200 metres. Both the long jumps, the pole vaults, the men's the 110 hurdles, the women's 8. So a bit of money on the line in this javelin. There's $1,000 in total, so $550 for first place, $300 and $150 for your top 3 athletes. And also a couple of athletes aiming, if they haven't already got it, for the travel funding mark. That's the big one.
And men's long jump. Mr. Jeremy Andrews.
Oh, he could be online. That's a big one too.
Snatched it. $1,000 for the win there.
Yeah, that's because it honestly probably the best long jump field we've had for a while. Yeah. $1,000 for the win, $750 and $250, and
well, I reckon rehydrates on Jeremy tonight.
And
we're waiting.
Yep, so am I. Still waiting. Come on, Lynchy. Oh, it's $785, the travel funding.
Oh. Does that have to be legal?
Yeah. 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 Unfortunately, it does.
That's a shame. Maybe we can petition.
For wind assistance?
Yeah, for wind assistance. Like ones that are in the 2s. or under the 2.5.
Yeah, no, I'm happy about it. Start the petition. Change.org.
We did it with a low wind in Canberra, the 85.
He did. Well, what was his 93? I think it was like a 2.5.
Yeah, I think it was 2.5. So the next event up onto the track is the men's 400 metres, and there is your start list. In lane 2, Christopher Gordis from Western Australia. In 3, it will be Connor Laranga Boyle, also from Western Australia. In 4, Tyler Gunn from New South Wales. In 5 will be Clay Watkins from South Australia. 6, Adam Kopp from Western Australia. 7, Joshua Hook, also from Western Australia. And the third string of West Australians there, Toby Plant, will go from lane 8. And it looks like we have a non-starter in Toby. So we won't see him out there this evening. There's also no Clay Watkins either.
No, so they've compressed the field. 4 athletes. Or 5 athletes.
So away here from the inside, it's Laranga Boyle, Gunn, Kopp and Hook. So watch for Tyler Gunn on the inside. Kopp will try and go out hard and push him down the back straight. And Gunn just sitting there off the shoulder a little bit, biding his time, running nicely. Those 2 athletes definitely leading this field through the first 200 metres. Laranga Boyle and also Hook fighting on to try and stay with the 2 leaders. So it's Gunn, he's moved to the lead now. Kopp's just off his shoulder, he's fighting back, he's trying to hold in there. Watch for Gunn as he comes into the straight. He's opened up a little bit of a gap over Kopp. Kopp's still fighting back. He's starting to come at him a little bit. Gunn's holding. He's pushing down the straight. Here comes Kopp, but it's going to be Gunn on the line just.
Look at that battle down the home straight. Adam Kopp, Tyler Gunn. They would have been world junior teammates in 2018. Tyler Gunn injured himself. He's got a tendency to find an injury right before a major championship as he gets selected. He was selected for the World Under-20 Champs in Tampere, Finland, and didn't make it through. See Angus Armstrong, massive clearance there. Looks like 5:13. It's the World Under-20 height to qualify. We've got 1 athlete in that, Jack Downey. And then Tyler Gunn, one of the key athletes for the men's 4x4 open team last year at Yokohama World Relays when they qualified for Doha, and then got injured again. So Tyler, he just needs to get his body right, but he probably won't be happy with a 47.3. Not lightning fast when last year at Canberra he ran 46.0 to start his season for a PB. So he'll be wanting to improve on that. I think a lot.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't one of his better runs. He sort of got stuck in Kopp's race a little bit there and sort of didn't go through his own race pattern. As I saw him race at New South Wales Country Champs where he went low 47 there, and he was actually quite casual with it. So it was fairly controlled through the 200, wasn't really pushing too hard, finished nice and strong, wasn't too phased by it at the end of it, so I sort of knew that he was in much better shape than that. So I was expecting him to come here and run well. So it shows the importance to make sure you go out there and run your own race. But in the end, it's another comp back for him after injury, which is probably the most important thing.
Well, see, this is the thing as well. It's probably his first trip, honestly, to Perth. And when you're not prepared for it, it's 10:29 p.m.
And
in New South Wales right now.
Yeah, and this is the thing, is that going to Perth is so much harder than coming the other way.
Yeah.
So Perth athletes, when they come over and they have to race at 9 o'clock at night, it's still 6 o'clock in Perth.
It's sweet.
That's
Just
no
finishing
issue
a
at
training
all.
session.
You go the other way around. You're competing at 9 o'clock in Perth.
It's midnight.
It's midnight.
And honestly, this is actually in a Perth Track Classic, Jandakot Airport Track Classic program. This is early for the 400.
Very early.
Normally, I remember running at 9:30 and being yawning on the start line because it's midnight back home.
Wasn't for me.
Yeah, fine, mate. Don't worry about it. And then you come back over here, it's all sweet, isn't it? Everything's fine.
But it was weird going the other way because you would try and stay on your own time zone, and then when you get into the eastern states and you're looking to have dinner, it's 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Trying to find dinner at 10 o'clock at night is quite difficult.
It is very difficult. Well, that looks like our Finnish Thomas Veksten. It's coming in with a 5:55. So this is a handy field here. 5:80 is the Olympic qualifying height. Jack Downey has the bars at 5:13, which is the world under-20 qualifying height, is the only athlete eligible. You can see Stephen Clough, Continental Cup representative in 2018. He got to wear the coveted purple and gold of the Asia Pacific region. And he's actually wearing the rowing suit, the waist rowing suit.
That Asia Pacific purple and gold is getting better and better every edition.
Oh, honestly, it actually...
2010
what was it?
Was more maroon and burnt yellow. And then it transitioned, went a little bit more purple, but still had a tinge of maroon in it.
Yeah.
Started to transition towards that more yellowy gold. And the latest one, I think, was the best one.
Yeah.
And it was bright purple and gold.
Yeah.
It was brilliant.
And honestly, it was a heavy purple. Like, it was a lot of purple. But they did it right. They threw a bit of black in there as well.
Yeah. As we see Clough on the runway.
Rowing suit. Yeah, making easy work of the 5:13. So Downey's still got time. So even though he had the pole in the box, it's breaking the plane. That constitutes an attempt. So there's still time on the clock. 5:13. If he can get over this, he's got himself a world under 20 qualifying mark. He's the first male pole vaulter to do so. No, and you can see the 15-second flag on the side there, so he won't have time to run back. And a beautiful sky there in WA. And there is still plenty of action to come here at the Jandakot Airport Track Classic. The women's 800 metres is only about 2 minutes away. They should be on the start line shortly. Then we'll see the men's 110 hurdles, the women's 200 metres, and we'll finish off with the men's 1500. So there is plenty still to come, and I reckon this pole vault's going to heat up shortly. Once they start getting to these higher heights, I'd like to see Curtis Marshall get back out there on the runway. I've seen him for quite some time. So there they are. Let's go through the start list. Elle Rutherford, Jennifer Hawke, Catherine Camp, Morgan Mitchell, Angela Petty, Ellen Schaaf, Kayla van der Linden, and Laura Roth. So the marks here, 2:06 flat for the World Under-20 champs. Van der Linden's already got that wrapped up. Elle Rutherford is the other athlete who can qualify. And 1:59.50 for the Tokyo Olympics, which is quite difficult, I must say. Now, to be honest, not really maybe Catherine Camp at the moment, but I'd love to see Van der Linden get up. So we'll go through this list again. Hawke, Van der Linden, Camp, Mitchell, Petty, Schaaf, Roth, and Rutherford. And we'll see who takes this out the hardest. Unfortunately, the start sheet that we have in front of us is completely different to what was on the screen, so could be quite difficult, but that's Van der Linden on the outside, and this is what I want to see from the youngest in the field, the 16-year-old, saying, this is my house.
Yeah, I like the tactics, going to the front early and dictating this race. In the end, she's got the point to prove. She's, in terms of time-wise, she's probably not there with the likes of Roth and also Mitchell and Petty, but she's out here and she's really putting it to the rest of the field as they sit in behind the junior athlete. As we see Petty come around the outside now, up to the shoulder of Mitchell, and she'll go into the lead as they go through the bell lap with 400 metres to run.
Yeah, so there's Petty taking them through 63, so not very quick at the moment. We'll see who's got the best finishing speed. We saw Van der Linden, she was the star of the All Schools and Nitro. So it's Petty, Mitchell, Van der Linden and Roth, your first four. With 300 metres to go, they are winding it up down the back straight. Morgan Mitchell gets up onto the shoulder of Petty. Petty looks like she's running within herself at the moment, though. They're starting to gap the rest of the field. Camp moving past Schaaf into 5th place. With 200 metres left to go, it's still Petty and Morgan Mitchell out in front. There's going to have to be a negative split race if they're going to do something fast. Camp's gone past Roth into 4th. Van der Linden still in the picture, though. And they get into the last 100 metres. So it's the New Zealander on the inside. And then Morgan Mitchell on the outside. She moves out wide. She's trying to far back. Here comes Van der Linden. She's closing hard. Can she make up the gap? Morgan Mitchell just gets her nose in front. Petty's holding on. Van der Linden's closing hard, but Morgan Mitchell takes the win. 2:05.77 from Petty and a fast finishing Van der Linden. Camp in 4th place and then back to Roth. But 2:05.77 for the win. It's a big season's best for Morgan Mitchell. She sliced another 3 seconds off that season's best, but they're definitely going to have to drop down a lot more. But it's hard when you go through. That was a negative split.
Yeah.
They went through in 63.
And that's the thing, is that when it comes to 800s, if you're not there in the first 4, it's really hard to make it up on the second lap. A lot of the work and the setting up of the race is done in that first 400 metres, and if you go through too slow, like, it has to be an almighty negative split in order to run anything of note, and obviously that showed. So, but in terms of racing wise, it's another step forward for Morgan Mitchell. She's come out here. Petty, a quality athlete from New Zealand, and she's come out here and she's taken a win. So that's probably the biggest thing from this. So as they're coming down the straight, it's Petty, Mitchell right next to each other, and the fact that Mitchell's fought on to take the win here, that's a good positive step.
Well, and $1,000.
Well, that's nice. A nice little bonus.
Yeah. Van der Linden scores herself $250.
Yeah.
For 3rd place. How many New Zealand dollars would $750 be for Petty?
I don't really stay up to date with the
currency exchange across the. No, that's fair enough.
No, I don't.
Now, from one Van der Linden to the other, this is Jarno Van der Linden. Wonder if there's any relation.
No, Kayla's van der Linden. This is van der Lind.
Good call. I thought it might be
Morgan,
smart.
well done on that victory. But Kayla van der Linden, at the age of 15, you have really pushed the senior athletes there. That was a fantastic run. Well done.
Thank you.
Now, did you think that you could push the seniors so strong? It looked like they got away from you a little bit down that back straight, but you really fought hard down that front straight.
I wasn't actually expecting to be that close, because looking at the seed times, they were about 5 seconds ahead of mine. I was like, oh no, no way I'm going to be with them. But I found that little bit extra at the end, and it was really good.
Do you think you had a bit of a home track advantage?
Oh yeah. It's always great being home.
Okay, and you've just run 2:05.97, which is just a fantastic effort, Kayla. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the 15-year-old. That was brilliant. Well done.
Thank you.
Now, Morgan Mitchell. I mean, you're a star off the track, but you're brilliant on the track. You moved to the 800s last season. You made a world champ semi-final in your first year at 800 metres. Started the season slower, but you're building into it, aren't you?
Yeah, we're taking a bit of a different approach this year. It was a bit of a rocky start last week, obviously, but my coach and I just said, look, race to win, and we'll get back into the speed endurance this week. So to run 2:05 off of, pure endurance training, I'm pretty happy.
Well, that's what it's about. Track and field is always about racing to win, and people look at times so often. It must get frustrating hearing what the people say when they just look at the time, because there's always a process that happens behind the scenes.
Oh yeah, you'd know as well. It's still very early in the season. I'm trying to get used to racing. These professional girls and race tactics and this and that. And Liz and I know we've got to qualify in June when it counts, so we're just taking our time.
Which you did perfectly last year. You qualified in your last race for the World Champs, so don't maybe leave it that fine, but that's your goal, to go overseas and race those girls and get the time over there?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's just about lasting this year. I got to October and I was just cooked, and I didn't realise that much work has to actually go into the 800, and I appreciate the event a lot more now, so yeah, we'll see.
Well, Morgan, we love having you here at the Perth Track Classic. Well done. It's nice to see you get a victory on the board for the season. I don't think it'll be your last for the season.
Let's hope so. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Well done.
Yeah, definitely, obviously, smart advice there from the coach. Go out there and race to win. And as Tasman said, a lot of people forget about the fact that it is a race.
Yeah.
And sometimes getting a win is an important thing of it. It's not always about the times at the end of the race that's on the clock. It's about going out there and being a part of it and coming home with that victory, because there's a lot of learnings within that itself.
Yeah, if you always win, you can't go wrong. And in an 800 where, championships are won in slow times, things happen. You can always find a fast race. There was no pacemaker in that race at all.
No.
Kayla van der Linden almost took it upon herself to do it.
Yeah, and that's the showed, obviously, the lack of pace.
Yeah.
Having someone like van der Linden dictate that for the first 400 metres.
So 5:28, massive clearance. So after this, it goes to 43, and then 53, 63, 73, 77, 80. And that's what we want to see. We want to get to that 80 nice and quick.
Last week, and is in good form. Now, Mike and Nico tonight for West Australia.
So the official results, it looks like here for that long jump. Brooke Stratton took it out 6:48 from Lizzie Heading, 6:28. Jessie Harper 6:15. Cinta Wardana 5:91, and Caitlin Blackman 5:87. And the men's, if we can get that on our screens, Jeremy Andrews taking the win and a few scalps to go. 7:93. Henry Frayne 7:86. Matrevsky 7:78, your top three. We lost Darcy and Henry Smith, unfortunately. But Jeremy Andrews takes a win at home. And here comes Hamish Peacock. You got it out there earlier. 78.5 metre throw. Well, it's getting back up out there. Probably won't improve on it though. So the full results for that, 800 metres, Morgan Mitchell, 205.74. Angela Petty, 205.86. Van der Linden, 205.97. So another world under 20 qualifier for the 16-year-old. Catherine Camp, 206.69. Laura Roff, 209.02. Olin Schaaf, 210.63. And Elle Rutherford, 215.11.
See the hurdles just 5 minutes away, and this will be an absolute cracking race. 110 metre hurdles.
So as they get the hurdle set up for the next race in about 5 minutes' time, Morgan Ward. So a quick little calf stretch.
It's an ominous task, but not for the men who are here tonight. The best in Australia are here. And
his father, Grant Ward, just in the background there with the glasses on, the waist jacket. Keeping a close eye on his son in this competition.
see what he can do tonight.
Well, that's a better throw. He came in with a 59.83. That could be close.
That'll be over the 60.
Well, we've been wrong before, but that looks pretty good. Stephen Clock now, his 5.28 jump. Yes, easy.
And also Jacob McCorry.
So he was the end of the round. We'll see if anyone else has got any extra attempts at this height. Budgie again, busy night. There's the girls have finished their comps. Pun over and Hyde Cooling. They're getting their time on the stream. They're stealing the boys' time.
Yeah.
Here's Hilditch.
Real champion in the sport and now passing on all that knowledge. Great to see you here tonight supporting his charges.
And Carruthers coming off a short run up, it looks. And we'll see what step run up he's using. No.
A little bit sideways there, off the short steps tonight.
That's the comp over, looks like, for Carruthers. Just coming off a little late step up. Goes Jana van der Lind. Here comes our Finnish athlete, Thomas Vexten. Comes with a seat of 5.55, running at 5.28, so maybe we get him clear of this. Looks like he's decided to spend his cold Finnish winter in Perth, which, to be honest,
it's not the worst place to spend your cold Finnish winter.
Well, the fact that he's actually getting some sun, he would have to be. Well, luckily he does an event that's an indoor event, but, you know, what's the daylight hours in Finland right now?
Wouldn't be huge.
Let's have a look.
But he's over here in Perth. And he's on the runway at the Jandakot Airport Track Classic. Jumping with Australia's best pole vaulters.
So what are we looking at? 1st of Feb. We'll see as we'll get Thomas down the runway first. Just not getting enough over that one, unfortunately. It's a better throw. So looking at Sunrise at about 8:30. Sunset at 4:30.
That's not too bad.
Sunset at 4:30.
For that part of the world, that's
Sunrise at 8:30.
It's not too bad.
It's pretty rough. When you're in the 1st of Jan, it's 9:30 to 3:30, so you get 6 hours of sun. Yeah, it's rough. A lot of this is in different languages, so I don't know what it is. Oh, Southern Finland, Middle Finland, Lapland. Yeah.
So, just going through the starters for this men's 110-metre hurdle final. And Ryan Neal from Queensland will go out at 2. Adrian Pelser from Western Australia in 3. Jacob McCrory from New South Wales in 4. Nick Huff from New South Wales. He'll run in 5. The Commonwealth Games bronze medalist and World Championship representative. In 6 will be Nick Andrews, also from New South Wales. 7, Michael Cochran from New Zealand, doing the shorter distance here tonight, usually over the 400 hurdles. And Joshua Coates from Queensland will round out this field in 8.
Well, just had an update from Olivia Eaton, one of the finest sprinters from New Zealand, based on the Gold Coast. The exchange rate for New Zealand dollars, so $7.50 for Ange Petty goes to 775 New Zealand dollars and 97 cents about there. So, you know, round it up.
Not bad.
It's not bad. Hey, an extra $25, you can't complain.
Watch for the middle 3. Corey, Huff and Andrews. Good start there by Andrews. He'll be first over the hurdle. Nick's got a little bit of work to do, but here comes Huff. He starts to make his way through the field. McCrory's trying to hold on. Andrews is still there, but Huff has hit the lead, and watch him go to the line. He'll take the win. 13.87 for Nick Huff. Andrews had the better of the start, but as Huff does, he powers through the second half of the race, and he's taken the win here. So 13.84 and 13.94 for Andrews, and 14.16 for Jacob McCrory.
Yeah, first probably the first race for a lot of these guys over the sticks this year. Very messy.
It wasn't a clean race.
No.
I'll admit, it wasn't a clean race. But to be honest, that's also Nick's MO. Like, it's not often he gets a clean race.
Yeah.
Carnage is definitely an appropriate word used when describing a race of Nick's. Like, I feel sorry for the hurdles, the way he hits them sometimes. And it looks like we've got Tamsin trackside with Nick.
Yes, I'm down here with the winner of the men's 110-metre hurdles. Now, the 110 hurdles, when you have your first race for the season, it's got to be that extra bit nerve-wracking because you've got to clear those massive barriers and you're just not quite sure where you're at in the season yet.
Yeah, exactly. There's always that worry with the first race that you're just not going to be able to make it to the end. So I did. I'm happy. I got through in one piece, and I've had a few little niggles in the last couple of weeks, so it's good to finish the race.
Okay, we don't want to hear that you've got niggles. Get them right. Okay, we want to see you flying before Tokyo. Now, can I say this? You sometimes have quite messy races, but that one looked actually quite clean for first up.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think that's the fastest first race I've ever had in a season, so it's a good year to do it in. You know, all eyes are on Tokyo now, and that's a good start for my first race.
Well, you're such a good competitor. I mean, I think I remember sitting with Bruce McAvaney for the Commonwealth Games, as we were calling it. I reckon your race in those Commonwealth Games was maybe the biggest shock for the Australian team to get a medal, but you just raced that so brilliantly. You are a great competitor, so you must have high hopes leading into Tokyo.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm definitely not expected to make a final in Tokyo or to get a medal, but I definitely know that I can, and definitely a competitor at the big meets, and I just got to get myself there and then see what happens.
And it's harder being Australian, isn't it? Because you do need that meet competition, because competing against the big guys, it is very different to competing domestically, isn't it?
It is, but it's got a lot better in the last couple of years with Jacob and Nick. They're, coming through. They're improving every year, and they're right on my tail. And I'm hoping we can get 3 people to Tokyo this year and all push each other.
Well, no, I think you could be right, because we do have 3 great athletes. Obviously, Sally Pearson is coaching Jacob now, and it's great to see her coaching on the other side of the fence. But it's all about you tonight. Well done. The winner of the men's 110-metre hurdles, Nicholas Hoff.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks, Sam.
So, on the runway, Curtis Marshall. I don't think we've seen him jump since his indoor sessions last year at about this time as well. And I think he had a back stress fracture. 2019.
Yeah, we haven't seen him for a while, so it's good to see him back out on the runway at 43.
Oh, just a bit of upright work, I think, there. So
height definitely wasn't the issue there.
Yeah,
like he just hit it sort of with his hand on the way over.
He did do the national champs, but he PB'd on the 24th of Feb 2019, indoor comp, 587. Now, I'm fairly sure his best before that was an indoor again, 586, the Zurich Diamond League train station pole vault. Was there that night. It's pretty bloody epic. But I thought that they included indoor for outdoor, so that 587 counts as his outdoor PB, because the world record by Le Villainy was done indoors.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hooker has done 606 indoors, but that's our Australian record.
Yes.
So there's this whole, well, they don't use wind gauges, so there's no reason why it shouldn't count indoors and outdoors.
Yeah, effectively it's the same thing, and some would say being outdoors, having a tailwind would be of more assistance than not having anything indoors.
But his outdoor best was in Feb as well, last year, 581. But we all need a 580. Just a 5, you don't have to go 81, just 80, that's fine by me. We're on 43 at the moment. It's really getting up there.
It is, isn't it? And you could tell he knew he sort of just shot up and forward a little bit too much. Just needs a little bit more direct height to try and get himself up and over the bar. And he's pushed his legs into it on the way up. So you can always see him just going through the motions with his hands with the coach. They know exactly what the issue is on that attempt. And they'll look to adjust as we see Angus Armstrong set for his attempt at 5:43. So Armstrong made the trip over from New South Wales, where he was training with Joja, to then train under Paul Burgess and the rest of the squad there out of the West Australian Institute of Sport. So some really good support there from the Institute in Western Australia for this pole vault program, and it's produced so many top quality athletes over the years. So many people have been a part of it. Emma George, Kim Howe, Alana Boyd, Elizaveta Parnova, Vicky Parnov.
Yes.
Vicky hasn't changed her name, still Vicky Parnov.
Correct.
And then that's obviously with the women. With the men, Paul Burgess, Dmitry Markov.
I think Markov is based out of South Australia though, and Chistakov was South Australia.
Markov ever come to West Australia at all?
I don't think he did.
So then Burgess and Hooker.
Yep.
Hooker came over as well.
From Victoria, Hooker.
Yep. And then we've now got the likes of Marshall, Armstrong, Carruthers, Clough.
Well, Declan and Angus both... Oh, sorry, not Angus.
Oh, he's over.
Big clearance there. Declan and Curtis, both South Australians, who made the move to WA. Angus to New South Wales.
Yep.
But the funny thing is, these boys have competed against each other for so long.
Yeah.
The under-18 pole vault at New South Wales, no, Australian All Schools champs in 2014 when Hale and Browning and Trey were going head-to-head in 100. These three guys were going head-to-head in the pole vault. Ridiculous.
Yeah. Now, you had me second-guessing myself. Markov was WA at one point.
Okay, 1 point. When?
Couldn't tell you the exact date.
You might have been there with that.
I knew it. Knew it.
You got intel.
Yeah, I've got intel from Alex Stewart. He's my go-to guy. He comes to me with these stats.
So here goes Marshall, 43. Oh, beautiful.
Easy clearance there from Marshall. You knew on his first attempt that he wasn't going to have an issue with the height. It was just a matter of just getting over the top of the bar, and that was a huge clearance at 43. So we're going to see something big from Marshall tonight, I reckon. As we watch the replay, and that's huge. That's well over. So that was 43. Now, there's nearly 40 centimetres in that, in terms of the height he had over the bar.
I think you should hurry up, and we just mentioned Olivia Eaton before. She's also saying hurry up to jump 580 because it's already 10 p.m. in Queensland. She wants to go to bed.
Oh.
It's 11 p.m. for us here too. So, look.
Sorry, Olivia, but come on.
We've got to go through the progressions.
Majority of people watching it is later for them.
Unfortunately, there is 553 next, then 63, then 73, then 77, and then 80. Unless there's one or two left. They can pass. Oh, very close.
I think if Olivia was the coach, she'd probably say, let's all just pass until 580 and all.
Yeah, save your energy.
Just have a crack at 580. Why not? Yeah. Do it. Just do it.
Do it. Do it. Oh, I like this. This is a good sign for things to come. Curtis is probably going for a longer pole for the next heights. Now, a couple of these progressions, well, we won't see Declan jump again because he was only going off a short run-up, but at 5:53, that would be a new PB for Angus Armstrong. Oh, maybe we're hearing some passing here from Curtis.
167,575 dollars in grants from new sports equipment to 316 athletes across Australia. Funds for the grants are raised for yourselves this short bags designed by Aussie kids. Every bag sold, 25 cents is directed to the Coles New Athletics Community Fund to provide sports equipment grants. Thank you for your support.
So Angus, a 5:52 at the start of 2018 as a Com Games rep in that same year. So clearance at 53 would be a new PB.
Head down to see the rehydrate team, the information, go down and try some very latest.
Now, don't forget to follow AA on Instagram, Facebook and Twitter for all the latest in athletics news throughout Australia. ATS TV has had a makeover for 2020, and you'll find episode 1 starring yours truly on this week's edition, detailing all the latest and greatest news in our sport over the last week. Be sure to subscribe to see all the future episodes, which will feature some of your favourite athletes hosting, as well as providing tips and advice on how to become better an athlete yourself. You'll also be provided with updates around all athletic activities happening within our local communities, as well as our overseas high-performance results, and also special offers and deals from Athletics Australia's commercial partners, all on the road to Tokyo. I'd probably go with train to Tokyo with a bit of alliteration. I think that sells.
Well, I can't take you seriously. You just said yours truly.
Well, look, I only say what's... I'm not going to spoil the magic of live stream, but it was written down, so I said it. I could have said in brackets Matt, but I didn't. I left that bit. So, look,
nah.
Why don't you do one of them?
You're just too good at it.
Just handed Ben the longest 3-pager, I think it was.
So, Clough back on the runway. Can he get himself up and over the bar on this attempt?
Oh,
and he's over.
Beautiful. Yes.
Great jump there by Clough. Very happy with that, as he should be. He goes clear at 43.
So his PB 45. So, you know, it's not a new PB, but I think that gives him a bit of confidence now. And that's a good clearance. So 53 will be a new PB for both Armstrong and Clough if they can get over it. And I think Curtis Marshall has passed. He was chatting to the official earlier.
It's fair enough.
What's he got going on? A bit of he's just chalking up the tape. I know they do use a little bit of, each has got their own favourite thing to put on.
Usually the most popular one is actually lighter fluid.
Yeah, which just, to me, doesn't seem like it would work, but it's black and sticky, and I guess it works.
Yeah. Never ever shake a pole vaulter's hand after a competition.
You're not getting it back.
Because it's just all sticky and everything. It gets all over your hands. And half the time they forget it's like that.
Yeah. So, 200 metres for women. We've seen a couple of these athletes compete already. Angel Turner from WA in lane 3. Genevieve Cowie backing up after the 4 hurdles in 3. Riley Day in 4. Nana Owusu in 5. Larissa Pastanatsky in 6. Taylor Cruttenden in 7. And Sarah Carley in lane 8. Now, Cruttenden, I would have liked to have seen her in the 100 with the girls. We saw what she did at the All-Scores, where she just destroyed the field. Now, she's coming in with a seed of 24.10. The world junior qualifying time is 23.95. I think she can get that fairly easily. But we'll see what these athletes can do. Day, Owusu and Pastanatsky all have the pedigree to go 23 low. Oh, Riley's gone sub.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll also see what Cowie and Carly can do backing up after the 400 hurdles.
Yeah, that's brave.
Yeah.
Super brave to try and run a sprint event after a 400 metres of any kind is tough. But they're going to have a crack. But definitely the lanes to watch. A 4, 5, 6 and the junior in 7.
So a fast start there on the inside from Owusu and Day. They're tearing around the bend there. Cruttenden having a great run as well. It looks like might be Owusu's going to lead this field into the home straight, but we saw Day come over the top of her in the 100 metres. So it's Owusu out in front, leading through 150, but here comes Day, the stronger of the athletes. She's pulling away. Cruttenden's coming home strong, but Day's going to hold on and take it. 23.32. That is a very handy time. The wind 1.3. You can see, looking to the heavens, thank you. I'm feeling good, I'm back.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen a 200 that quick in a while. Not since,
well,
2018.
Riley? Or just in general?
In general.
No, last week. Bree Masters ran 23.35.
Yes.
And Ella Connolly, 23.2.
Wow.
Yeah.
Up in Queensland.
Yeah.
Whew.
She's in some shape. Watch for her to...
I can't wait to see her over 400.
She ran 52.7 already. Do you watch athletics?
Not field meets.
Oh.
They're not live streamed.
Oh, well, fair enough. No, she's already run 52.
Oh, there you go.
And it was good. honestly, give Ella Connolly a tailie in a 200. She'll run... Well, she ran 23.7 with a -4? She's going to go 20.
That's impressive.
Yeah, that was fast.
That is impressive.
So, yeah. Our 200-metre stocks, Bree Masters last week, just boom.
Yeah, and
off
the
the
one,
sand.
and the 1-2.
Yeah.
She went 1-2 double at the ACT champ.
And like, you know, I always think when you're a youngster, you could run a fast 1. But to run a fast 2 shows that that's an athlete.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to run a fast 2.
Agreed.
And when Bree Masters ran 23.35, yeah. It was like, whoa, we're on.
Then we're going to head down to trackside area.
Oh, it's a new PB. There it is. Angus Armstrong. A little bit of celebration mid-air. Love it. 5:53 has a good look.
Track is also heating up now. Ladies, that was brilliant, Riley Day. Last year you had to pull out of the World Championships with a stress reaction in your metatarsal. You looked up at the sky after that. Is that you saying you're back?
I hope so. I ran last week and it was better than last week, so hopefully we can just keep getting those times down and getting closer to the Olympic qualifier, hopefully.
Well, the Olympic qualifiers are so tough. A lot has been spoken about how much tougher they are this year around because of the standards and the way that they're going about it. But do you think that a fit and healthy Riley Day will be able to get that time so that she's an automatic qualifier?
I don't like to guarantee anything, but training's been going really well and I have amazing competitors as well. We are the perfect conditions. Anything can happen for all of us.
We talk about amazing competitors. Now, this young lady has just qualified herself for the World Junior Championships. Taylor, you must be stoked in front of your home crowd.
Yeah, I'm really happy with the time, especially against a good field of girls. And on a home track, I'm really happy.
Well, you should be happy. Now, is that something that you thought was going to happen tonight? You know, everyone's been watching you. They know that you had it in you, but you're obviously just waiting for the perfect conditions. Was tonight the night that you thought it was going to go down?
I wasn't too sure because I'm not a huge fan of the 200, but it was good conditions, so yeah.
Well, I'm hoping that you're a huge fan of it now. That was a brilliant run. Ladies, well done. Your 200-metre champion, Riley Day, and the home crowd girl who got her World Junior Championship qualifier, Taylor.
Taylor is a 1-runner. And she's just dropped that in the 2. That outstanding. Her 100, I think she'll be able to do something special in the 100. Now that she's dropped a 23.9 in that 200 metres. We see Clough just missing his second attempt. Oh, new state record as well. She's also the younger age, so she can go to World Juniors 2022. Well, so can van der Linden actually too, because she's even younger.
Some good juniors coming through in Western Australia at the moment, which I like to see.
Yeah. And this is their opportunity.
Really
so a lot of times, because you don't get the depth at a Western Australian Classic, you do get the fringe juniors that get an opportunity to race into their big races.
Yep.
And honestly, she's proved her worth there as well.
Certainly has.
Same as van der Linden. They both got a bit of that moolah.
Where's the travel funding list? Where's the travel funding mark for that women's?
Oh, it would be 23.7, I reckon. If anyone's ever looking for the travel funding list on the AA website, you go events, then the grid, calendar and event grid, and then you'll find travel funded athletes. It's 23.30.
Oh,
yeah. Okay. Oh, stiff. Yeah. Well, you know, you got to earn it. Oh, Riley Day, 23.31. Not travel funded. Ouch.
Yeah. It always hurts to say, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Should have dipped. No, she dipped.
So, Clough searching for that PB. He wants it. And it's waiting for him at 53. Can he get himself over the bar? There wasn't too much room left in his clearance at 43, so he will need to find something extra here to try and get over 53. But this is for a new lifetime best. Out there in the rowing suit. It's been working for him so far.
Let's see what he can do here.
Can he get himself up and away over this bar that sits at 5:53. It's the rock back. And acceleration, good speed. Is up, fortunately.
Not there.
Good clearance at 5:43. Leads 2 remaining competitors. Angus Armstrong.
So next up, 5:63.
5 metres 80 is the Olympic qualifying standard. Out of the bar now goes to 5 metres 63. The clearance here at 5:63 will be the biggest jump in the world for 2020. It hasn't been outdoor, I must say. Not many competitions going on in Europe at the moment, but Australia will always hold the action here.
And this would a height at clearance at 5:63 will also give Angus a little bit of group bragging rights because that surpasses Declan Carruthers' PB of 5:60.
Ooh.
So he will just jump up a little bit on the pecking order. I'm sure you know when they're getting the chalk, when they're getting the lighter fluid, Curtis goes first, and then it's Declan, and then it's Angus, and now you know what? I'm second now.
Yeah.
Yeah, number 2.
Sure, there would be a little bit of inter-group rivalry, a bit of banter.
There'd have to be.
They're definitely the boys for it.
Yeah.
He's been in good form. He's been 5:51 off the short run. And we'll have a good look at 5:63, the national champion.
First attempt, Armstrong. Oh, he's done it! Straight away! Oh, he's took it down.
Great jumping at 63. And as you said, he now has the bragging rights over Carruthers.
Wow.
And it's good to see when athletes, you know, take a big jump into the deep end, literally make a move, shift your whole life to the other side of the country to try and pursue your dream. And here he is, rewarded with a lifetime best of 5:63.
Oh, he snuck over it.
So it's another good step forward on his way to trying.
Oh, he just, he had a good look.
Did. Trying to get towards that 5:80 mark.
He has cleared 5:81.
He's in the lead now at the moment.
One hand on the cash.
Yeah. Even more bragging rights. Honestly, one of the hardest crowd claps to get right is a pole vault crowd clap. The rhythm, You just never know when they're going to start.
Yeah, you can be clapping for quite a while. As we see, charge down to the runway, and no, just didn't like the takeoff there. So Curtis Marshall.
Well, that has definitely put Angus in the lead now.
So if Marshall wants to take this out, he will have to clear the next height before Armstrong.
That's right. So we got the results from our Javelin competition. Hamish Peacock, we saw that 78.43. His second throw took out the competition. Cam McIntyre, 75.42. Luke Can, 70.82 for third. Ben Langton Burnell, 68.67. Jesse Scheifert, 65.09. Morgan Ward, 62.10. He grabbed himself a new PB, a couple of metres on that one. Jarno van der Lind, 61.42, and Thomas Hiddich, 55.09. So now, because it's consecutive jumps for Curtis, what's the call normally? It's about 5 minutes, isn't it, for consecutive jumps?
With 2 competitors left?
Yeah. We'll run you through the rest of those results from that women's 200 metres. Riley Day, 23.31. Nana Owusu, 23.50. Cruttenden, 23.90. Larissa Pastanatsky, 24.06. Sarah Carley, 24.66. Genevieve Cowie, 24.67. So the race of the 4 hurdle athletes, Carley just taking it out, and Angel Turner, 24.72. And 2 more attempts for Marshall. And we're off. No, just didn't get the push off the top of the bar there. So still 1 to go.
The final event on the track, ladies and gentlemen, is the front runner, 1,500 metres for men. Here are your competitors. From Western Australia, the under-20 WA champ, Luke Burrows. Wearing his number 2 from New South Wales, the under-18 Oceania champ, Angus Beer. Wearing his 3, the under-18 state record holder over 800 metres, Luke Shaw. His number 4 from Western Australia, he wants under 4 minutes. He holds the under-16 state record here in Tibbles.
So it's now time for the last track event of this evening. And it's the men's 1,500 metres. As we run through the lineup, Luke Burrows from Western Australia will be with hip number 1. Angus Beer from New South Wales with 2. Luke Young, also from New South Wales, with 3. So there's been a bit of a reshuffle with...
Oh, it's been decimated, the field.
Some of these numbers. So Burrows and Beard definitely win 2. 3 will be Luke Shaw. 4, Kieran Tibbles. 5 will be Luke Graves. 6, Jaco Jensen van Rensburg. And 7 will be Thomas Moorcroft.
So Luke Shaw, currently the only athlete in the under-20 age group with a qualifier for the World Under-20 Champs. It's 3:48. He went 3:47.98. If you're going to do it, do it. Doesn't matter how far you do it.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. So Shaw and Beer sitting off the front at the moment in this race.
And to be honest, not quick.
Not at the moment, so they're still sitting as a pack, and with the 4 front runners there. And by front runners, I mean the club, not the actual front runners of this race.
I do, correct myself. Ollie Raymond, I do remember this race at Canberra last week.
Yeah.
3:46.31. So he's put himself in pole position, trained by Paul Orendate.
Yep.
So there's 2 athletes, only 1 in this field.
So it's still Beer off the front with Shaw sitting off the shoulder at the moment.
Weird that Angus Beer finds himself in the lead.
He loves to run from the front, does Angus Beer. His usual spot, as we see Curtis Marshall for his third and final.
Oh, massive. There we go.
He goes over.
Relief.
So back to the 1500. And Spear and Shaw off the front, and sitting in just behind him is Graves from front runner, and Burrows back to Moorcroft and Jaco Jensen van Rensburg, and Tibbles rounding out that field.
See what they go through this first 800 metres here. Looks like just a ticker, 2:10, so it's not lightning. They are picking it up now, though. Shaw goes around Beer, find himself in front by himself. Beer, he's a long striding athlete. He's usually pretty comfortable out in front, though, but now they're starting to stretch out. It's almost like they're trying to negative split this 1,500 metres.
And it is Shaw that's taken up the front running, and he's starting to get a bit of a wriggle on. He knows that it's been slow, and he wants to go out there and try and post a good time. As we see, it's Graves from Western Australia. He's taken up the lead. He's gone past Shaw. Beer now starts to respond, as does Shaw. So there's a bit of a kick and a mad scramble with 1 lap to go as they get the bell. And it's Graves off the front, followed by Shaw. Then it's Beer. And then the gap has opened up back to the rest of the field. So this is good, confident running out off the front by Graves. Shaw's trying to hold on. Beer's still there. But Graves, he's leading this field. Shaw's now starting to make a move up to the back of Graves. Beer looks like he's gone now. Looks like it's going to be between the 2 at the front. Graves and also Shaw with 150 to run. So the West Australian, he's holding off the interstate athlete as they come around into the straights. Graves still holding on. Shaw's fighting through. Graves is holding. Looks like he's going to come down to take a nice little victory here in the men's 1,500 metres over Luke Shaw. So it definitely wasn't quick, but in the end,
no.
Graves has taken a nice, handy little win.
Yeah. Grab the money over the line.
Rounding out the field to complete the fantastic front runner, 1,500 metres.
And don't worry about the 4:07. It's not what he ran. Luke Graves, great distance runner. He's so close to making the world under-20 champs in 2016, I think it was. Maybe it was 2018, that makes more sense. In a steeplechase. He'd been injured for so long. I think he missed the qualifier by like barely a second. And he's won race for the year, but it was the last race of the year too. So it's good to see him running back and healthy. He won Zatopek under 20s in 2018 in the 3K. So quite a handy athlete. We saw Angus Armstrong miss his first attempt at 5:73. So if Marshall can clear this, puts him up into the lead.
So the pilot bar in the pole, 5 metres 73 has been raced to. And we'll head down to Tamsin Manu with the winner of the front runner 1,500 metres.
I'm going to make sure I stand a little bit further away from you than I did the other time I interviewed you, Luke, because we may have had a bit of an accident at Zatopek. You weren't feeling too well after that race. Are you feeling better after this one?
Much better today, thanks, Tamsin. Yeah, that wasn't a good post-race interview, but it was memorable, so hey, we'll take it.
I will never forget it, trust me. That was a fantastic competition race. Obviously, it was a bit slow through the bell. We were hoping that it was going to be a bit faster.
Well, yeah, it was a bit of a shock just rocking up to the call room. Was expecting a bit of a better field, but a lot of the Eastern Stakes blokes decided not to come over, so that's their choice. But yeah, did the best that I could. Expected to be a bit quicker, but hit the bell. Just tried to give it everything.
Oh, as we see the pole vault competition really heating up now. 5.73. Oh, it's getting up there. Now, Luke, it is tough when you go into a call room and you are expecting athletes to be in the field that don't turn up. How do you mentally then regroup and change your race plan while you're in there before you get out there?
I wouldn't say I planned too much. I mean, Mum and I, who's my coach, had a few plans coming in. I sort of backed myself in. I wanted to win it either way, so when people rock up, I just got to beat who's there.
And that's a great way to be. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the men's 1500, Luke Graves. Just tell us quickly, what are your goals for this season?
So my training's actually been focused more around the steeple at the moment. So that'll be what I do at Nationals. Timetable hasn't been great for me to do both, but a bit busy with uni and whatnot, so I'll just take the steeple and have a good run there if I can.
Well, you're having a great season, and thank you very much for not making a mess of my shoes this time.
Thanks, Tez.
Well, 5.73. He's getting close to that Olympic qualifier. I don't think he's going to go a 77 if he doesn't need to. I feel like if Angus bows out at 73, Curtis is going to go straight to 80.
80, yeah.
Geez, lucky this run-up's long enough. Really using a lot of it. So that jump by Angus moved him from 12th to 8th all time. Australian. Bumped Declan down to 9th. Sorry, mate.
I'm sure he'll remind him training.
Oh, sorry, number 9.
Oh, it's a good attempt.
The thing is, though, 73 doesn't move him anywhere.
Wow.
So, 75, James Miller does the WA.
Jimmy Miller.
But yeah, it doesn't move him anywhere.
Wow, that's a blast from the past.
So that's it. That's once it goes there, it's 80, 87, 90, 6, 6, 6. Yeah, that's pretty serious up the top.
Jimmy Miller actually runs a little gym, a little strength club. It's called Strength Club.
Yep.
In WA.
We really hope you've enjoyed all the action here from the WA.
Now, if you look at the performances, top 3, you know, they've got Dmitry Markov here as WA, so I'll give you that. First 3 on the rankings, pole vault, WA. The next 3, South Australia. The next 3, WA. So, Angus, just the next 2 are then Victorian. So Angus has now jumped himself up there and he's ruined the system. He's put a New South Wales in there. So now he's broken it up. Instead of going 3 WAs, 3 South Australians, 3 WAs, he's just jumped up inside there into the rankings.
Not bad.
Thanks. Interesting though that they got Declan as WA but Curtis as South Australia.
I guess, I don't know. It's not always where you reside. It's also where you're financial, in what club, state you're financial with.
Yeah. Because you look at Patrick
Curtis
Johnson.
still registers with
South Australia.
And never registers with a club in Western Australia. He's never really West Australian. He's listed on the start sheet as Western Australia. So interesting.
But so is Angus.
But the thing is, when that performance was done, he may have been still South Australian in terms of his financial status with the club.
Yeah, maybe. Angus is Western Australia here. It's like Patrick Johnson. He was born on I think a boat off the coast of Cairns. Well, that's what he's just told everyone. But he's from North Queensland. Never represented Queensland. Ever. He didn't do athletics until he was at ACT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always competed for the AAS.
Last attempt for Angus Armstrong here. 5.73. He's already got a new PB. Oh. Oh, jeez. That scared me a little bit. Yeah. I was a bit nervous. But he's going to go away with an 11 centimetre PB, which he's done quite well there. And we'll see what they do here. I'm thinking they're going to go straight to 5 metres 80.
I'm not going to disagree with you on this one. I'm actually going to go with you.
I just don't think, why would you mess around with 5.77?
Yeah, there's no reason to. There's no reason to have more attempts, fatigue yourself at 77.
Yeah.
You might as well go straight for the qualifier.
Yeah.
For Curtis Marshall, his personal best is 581. So
he's got a 581 outdoor best, a 587 indoor best.
after the long year of injury has been a welcome reward. He hates the gym. He hates doing abdominal work. That's all he's been doing in 2019.
He's listening to the intro and he's like, no, I don't hate the gym. I don't hate abdominal work. I love it.
In front of his home crowd here.
So, if you ever meet Curtis and you think he hates the gym and abdominal work, he doesn't. He doesn't. Loves it.
It's his favourite thing.
Yeah, I'll take it from the man himself. He threw the hearts up. He's hearing his stats. He's like, oh.
And now all eyes at the W Athletic Stadium are on him. And that's the way he likes it.
Oh, just a bit of visualisation.
He loves a big occasion. And tonight, his dream of a first Olympic Games could be in front of him.
It's not his first Olympic Games. He jumped in Rio.
Could all come true tonight in this fight.
So, it's all right. We're here.
Yeah, you can tell when the announcer gets a couple of things wrong, the look on his face. He's a little bit confused and bemused.
He loves chocolate milk. He's like, I don't love strawberry milk. What are you talking about? He doesn't like chocolate. Oh, yeah, well, obviously. I think he's got this. Just got to wrap, just 580, wrap up the comp. Olivia wanted it wrapped up by half an hour ago, so I know it's surpassed a lot of people's bedtimes, but if you want to see a 5 metre 8, if you want to see an Olympic qualifier, you stay up.
Yeah, exactly. And it is only 10:37 in Queensland.
Yeah, I know, come on.
It's not that late.
No. It's a Saturday night.
Yeah.
You can sleep in tomorrow.
Exactly. Well, you got better to do on a Sunday morning than sleep in after staying up late to watch the stream.
Exactly.
But not staying up that late.
No,
not compared to like the rest of the East Coast.
That's early for a school night, I feel. You wake up at 6:30, you've had your 8 hours. Come on. All right, Olivia did say, before I look like the worst girlfriend ever, she is enjoying it, so, you know. But to be honest, Curtis is just sitting there doing nothing, so, you know, he could hurry it up a little bit.
Is that a slight concede?
No. They do need to make sure it's a measure to 5 metres 80. We don't want him to accidentally jump 5.79. That would suck.
Alright, he's up. Curtis Marshall is up and about. He has 3 attempts to clear 5 metres 80. And be one step closer to fulfilling his Olympic dream.
So, obviously there's been a lot of time between his attempts, waiting for them to put the bar up at 5 metres 80. Because it's one of those things, once you get to that point where it is a qualifier, they need to be 100% that it's 5 metres 80. Because if he jumps it, it has to be remeasured. It has to be rechecked in order to ensure that it is an actual legitimate qualifier. As we see him.
He's the only man, the only athlete competing right now, Curtis Marshall, 580. Oh, that's a good first crack.
Really good first attempt, isn't it? It's there. It's definitely there.
Well, compared to his 573, where he was a bit tentative. 563. 563. That's all. Yeah.
So it's still 2 more attempts at this height in order to see if he can get himself an automatic nomination.
Yes. Auto-nom.
Through to the Olympics.
When we go to Nationals, we want to be shooting off those auto-noms.
Oh, we do, don't we? Just handing out auto-noms everywhere.
Making it rain. Now, you did mention James Miller, Daniel Lowe. I remember watching James Miller at Perry Lakes.
Yes, you would have. You would have.
A big thank you to all officials who have made this terrific competition possible tonight, to all the officials who have travelled in from over east.
So we'll see how long he works between. He might be actually going up a height with pole. Yeah.
Who have made tonight's program.
Or maybe a stiffer pole. They look the same length, but mind you, I don't know enough about pole vault. Now, we do have Tamsin right in the thick of it. Tamsin, what is it like out there?
Well, it's quite interesting. The atmosphere here is really intense. Like, the crowd is quiet when they need to be, but it really is building that anticipation because you can tell that the lads are in such great shape. Now, Curtis looks like with that first attempt that he knows now that he can get over this height, which would be absolutely brilliant for his Olympic aspirations. He keeps looking over to Paul Burgess. You can see him. He's just chatting to his coach. They're chatting that technical jargon that you guys were talking about that you don't understand. I don't understand it enough either, but you can see that Paul, who's a 6 metre vaulter himself,
looks like we've lost Tamsin there. We'll see if we can try and get it back. But I don't know about you, Tamsin. I think you and I understand the technical jargon.
Oh, yeah.
That we speak about pole vault.
It's all, like, I know what I'm saying. I didn't then, but generally I do.
Let's let him have a good look at 5 minutes.
It's one of those things where
there's a lot of fluid.
There would probably be a couple of pole options he's got here.
Yeah.
In terms of size and also the flex of it.
So it looks like he's gone for the same length because they did line up, but I think he might be going for a stiffer pole just to get that shoot.
Yeah. Obviously, when you go a pole that's a bit higher in flex, a bit stiffer, you do have to pull back on it a lot more to be able to get that propulsion straight up. And a lot of time when athletes get to this sort of level where they're flirting with lifetime bests, they're jumping off poles they've probably never attempted a height on before.
Yeah.
Because it's unusual for them to get to this point in training. They don't always go a full run up in training, so they're not usually at a point where they can have time on these sorts of poles. So it's one of those ones where we've seen instances in world competitions in pole vault where athletes are going to a pole for the first time ever in a major competition at the end of a competition when the medals are aligned.
Yeah.
So he wants the crowd support, and have remained here for the pole vault to see if they can will him over.
Second attempt. Oh, to be honest, I think that's just uprights.
Yeah.
It's just a thigh graze on the way up.
Because the height looked good, probably a bit better on that one than the previous.
I think that's the pole.
And you can see the crowd, they're all jam-packed in there around the pole vault to watch this.
So close there. Let's see what he can do.
And we wait once more.
It's just more time to hear pole vault jargon from us.
Well,
technical terms that are used.
You haven't said any yet. You've talked about them, but not them themselves.
In the end, I don't want to, you know, get to that level.
You don't want to make it confusing. Yeah, I understand. You just want to keep it simple.
When you start talking like that.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But the whole training squad has obviously remained there to watch.
So one jump left, Tamsin. You talked about the tense intensity down there before. What's it like now?
Well, when Curtis was jumping them, you can hear the crowd really getting behind him, and he took a great attempt then. He went back over to his coach, Paul, and Paul just basically said to him, that was awesome. Now, I spoke to some of his training partners and asked, did he actually change that pole? And they said, yeah, he definitely. He's now on a pole, the biggest pole he's ever been on, so it's a stiffer pole. And that was because that apparently on the first attempt he hit it on the way up, so he just needed the bigger pole to try and get over this height. But that was a great attempt. So he's had two really good attempts, but you can see behind the it's trying to get their bodies up and over these pole vaulters. And Curtis Marshall is one of the best talents that we have in track and field at the moment. And he is really, if he can get over this is a world-class vault. And, you know, they're going to be talking about Olympic medals for him if he can get over this tonight. First one back from 2 bad injuries last year.
And you're right. If he can get over 580, first comp back since April last year, that's puts you in some good shape.
It does, doesn't it?
It's just a shame the injury came when it did, because he was in PB shape that time. Outdoor PB, indoor PB, the injury.
But what we've seen in this meet this evening is that quite a number of athletes put good performances back on the board after serious injuries.
Yeah.
Like you look at Doran, obviously he ran last week in Canberra, but he's come back here and backed it up again.
Well, the hardest thing for a sprinter is a hammy, and to come back with confidence. And he did 3 rounds in Canberra, then 2 rounds here, and they've all been 10-2s, 10-3s. Yeah.
That's what we want to see. And Curtis Marshall alike, obviously, as we were speaking before about that injury, and come back to be attempting the Olympic Games qualifier in your first competition back is...
Ladies and gentlemen, scene set for a third attempt clearance for Curtis Marshall.
So, let's end the stream on a literal high note. A note about 5 metres 80. Curtis Marshall.
It started well. Let's see if we can finish it just the same. So he wants the crowd support, but I'm sure they were going to get behind him no matter what.
I don't think he needed to really get him around him. But Curtis Marshall, last attempt, Olympic qualifying height, 5 metres 80.
Curtis Marshall, 5 metres 80, gets that Olympic qualifier. And isn't he happy? And boy, should he be.
Oh, wow.
Tell you what an attempt.
That was a huge clearance. I like that the official also needs to ask, would you like to continue?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm done.
See you later.
I'm fine. Wow, and look at the crowd. Everyone shuffling down. They hung around to watch Curtis Marshall. There he is with Budgie. 580, Olympic qualifier. Absolutely brilliant.
It certainly is, and I reckon if we can try and get down to Tams and at some point just to try and feel that crowd and the buzz and the energy, but tell you what a jump. Clutch.
Yeah, honestly, that was, we were going to end the stream on a miss or a clear jump.
Yeah.
And he did it for us.
Oh.
He did it. Bookended it.
He heard us.
He heard us.
Yeah.
Bookended it. Oh, what a way to finish the stream.
The last event of the night, the last jump of the night, he books his ticket to Tokyo.
So it's probably Mum there, and she's ecstatic.
The crowd just trying to get out now to beat the traffic out of Venue West Stadium.
What a moment. What a moment for Curtis Marshall. And the man of the moment is down with Tamsin Manu.
Curtis Marshall, that was just amazing Olympic qualifier and your first comp back from a pretty tough 2 injuries.
Yeah, that was a rough comeback train, but rode it the whole way. Wouldn't be here without Coach Paul and Luke and Gish and everyone at Waste. My family, friends, everyone that came out, thank you so much. Oh, I'm going to shut it down for a bit, but that was so good. So good to be back.
Please, Curtis, never shut it down. Never shut it down. Love your work on and off the track, but it must have been pretty tough last season, knowing what you were capable of and having to watch the world champs from home.
Yeah, it was so tough. I think 587 came like in the top 4, and that was my season's best from last season, but I had to give that one a miss. But I feel like it was a bit of a blessing in disguise, being able to give myself every shot this year. And yeah, just like, didn't even dream of coming out like 10 months after a back stress fracture and a shoulder rotator cuff tear and jump this, like first comp, like something must be going right. Yeah.
Now, you coach Paul. He's a 6-metre vaulter himself. Now, you must love working with him. He's a pretty fun teammate, to be honest, back in the day. But he said after one of your attempts, I think it was your second attempt at 580, that you were awesome. He just knew you had it in you tonight.
Yeah, well, if he backs me, then I'll back myself even more. And like, to have people supporting you like that. Caught up with Craig for a coffee this morning. He gave me the pep talk and he was like, you got this. And I was like, hell yeah, let's go out and do it. And I did it. So good.
You certainly did. You certainly did. So where do you go from here? You've obviously qualified for the Olympics. You need to do the national championships. But can we start talking top 5 at the Olympics? Can we start talking medals just yet, or is that too soon?
Yeah, it's very much too soon. But we've got 6 months to go. A lot can happen in 6 months. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like we'll just take it easy for the next couple of weeks, build back up for nationals, hit it hard at nationals, and then, yeah, hit the European circuit hard, and then come out red hot in Tokyo.
Well, thank you, Curtis, for making track and field tonight. So much fun. That was brilliant to watch. Ladies and gentlemen, Curtis Marshall.
Well, again, what a way. Oh, he's still having a chat. Wants more.
He's not done?
No.
He deserves it. He deserves to talk.
No, actually, I want to go higher. Can we get back on?
Yeah. I've got a few more things to say. I actually want to have a chat to the announcer. Just
Joe Stevens is trying to get on the stream. No, okay. He's like, I got to go through post-event. Come on. What a way to finish the stream, though. We grabbed ourselves, and we had plenty of World Junior qualifiers, but to get that Olympic qualifier right at the end, it
was nice to have it.
It feels good. Olivia, you can go to bed now. It's fine. It's over.
Yep. Just missing it in the men's 100. Just missing it. 0.01 off the time, and then obviously 0.2. A little too strong on the wind gauge.
You better be careful. You can't go lids off. You might get disqualified. Has the event finished?
Or if the cone's been put back on the runway, the flag in it, it's done.
Okay. That's all right then.
But what a way to finish. What an effort by Curtis Marshall.
Well, it just shows there too, the officials are on that ride as well with the athletes.
Certainly are.
And they're part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a good competition all round in terms of that pole vault. When you see Armstrong going lifetime best as well, and you can't ask for more than that in a competition as well. So to have a qualifier, lifetime best, all that sort of stuff happening, they treated us to something special.
It's been fantastic. What a ripping way to start the Coles Summer Super Series here from Western Australian Stadium all the way over there. As you can see, they're just packing up, but it's been a brilliant championships. Nina Kennedy, great jumping there to start the program. And we went to the 100-metre final. Awesome effort.
Were we treated to some sensational times with Brownie taking out the win, 10.06.
Oh, why couldn't that one drop down more like all the others did? That's so harsh.
That's what we wanted to see.
Yeah, look at, you can see the teammates, Jin and Rowan Browning, both Sydney Uni boys, first there to congratulate him. Sarah Carley, way too strong. And like she was saying to Tamsin, she went out because she knew there was a big headwind down the back straight, so she actually was like, I'm going to go hard into it, which you don't often see.
No.
You don't often hear the athlete, you know what, I'm going to attack it into the headwind. But look, she did, and she still had the strength to finish off, and I think some stellar conditions, we could see something special from her.
I think so too, and in the end, the travel, it's tough over Perth. As we go to the women's 800, and Morgan Mitchell really gritting her teeth and fighting home, down the home straight to get that win over Angela Petty and also Kayla Vanderlinden, sorry. It was a good run by the junior, but obviously the experience and talent of Mitchell too strong in the end.
Yeah, and our probably the first hurdle race for all of these athletes. Nick Andrews, fast out of the blocks, but I think he collected about 8 or 9 of the 10 hurdles. Huff, just way too strong. The way he finishes, it's almost like he's running downhill.
Yeah, certainly is. And then we go to that pole vault, which we were just treated to moments before. You can see Armstrong, lifetime best, and isn't he happy with it? And then straight to Curtis Marshall, who gets that Olympic qualifier of 5 meters 80 in his third and final attempt at the height.
Yeah, what a way again to finish out the first of our Cole Summer Super Series, the Jandakot Airport Classic. Next Thursday, the Melbourne Track Classic. It's the nomination trials for the men's and women's 5,000 metres. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Tamsin, Ben Offrains, Matt Lynch, and we'll see you next Thursday.